Hello, hello, it's Mark Atwood here, The Mark Atwood Show, Adventures in a Cosmic Suit. Well, as the world is awakening at last, it's quite strange, isn't it? We just had Rupert Lowe yesterday launching Restore Britain, and there was a queue in his launch video. Andrew Bridgen just posted a video on X this morning saying he's very pleased and he's behind it, but warning that Starmer will commit political suicide and fall to his masters. My take on it is that we are watching a scripted movie play out that we're all part of. And if you are just waking up to the stuff that's been thrown out in the Epstein files, then welcome. We've been waiting for you, and you're very welcome here. But you need to dig a little bit deeper, because what you're seeing might not be making much sense. In fact, you might be thinking, how is it possible that human beings can do this to children? It's a question I pondered for years and years and years. And the only conclusion you can come to is that they're not human. You sound like a conspiracy theorist. Yes, I do. If you're new to my channel, I suggest you go and take a look at a video I did a couple of weeks ago, which was called Orion versus Humanity, the Real War We're In, Part 1, with Ryushin Malone. Now, when I did this video, I've actually interviewed Ryushin a couple of times before, a couple of years ago, and I came across his work about 5 years ago, I think, maybe 6 years ago. And, you know, everything is divine timing. Everything that I've tried to do on this channel has always been led by timing. And I reached out to him a few weeks ago and said, dude, how you doing? Do you want to come on? And he's got a lot more updates. He's been working his nuts off for nearly a decade on the information that you can find here. And you'll see in the comments under this video are interesting. This guy might sound crazy, but I'm pretty sure he's right about almost everything. Usually these people who are telling the real truth disappear or end up in a mental hospital or on medication. It's true. You know, there's a lot of people. I was actually thinking this morning, the number of people that I've personally known that have died in the last 5 years, who didn't get to see this through. And it's quite heartbreaking, actually, because my greatest wish is that everybody that's been in this fight for truth actually sees us successful at the end of all of this. And I think we are successful in a multi-dimensional sense, but we're watching it play out in our 3D reality. So it is my strong opinion that people like Ryushin need to be listened to, because he's done a huge amount of work that a lot of us haven't had the time or haven't been chosen to do. And that's what I think you're going to see here. And before I bring him on, I just want to make sure that you're all aware of this website, which is called TheOrionLines.com, which is here. And this is it's an extraordinary website because it contains all of his work, and you should definitely download this book that was just updated this morning, The Orion Lines, The Truth About Extraterrestrials. And while you're there, make sure you donate, because this guy does all of this because he has to, and for the benefit of all of us. So please welcome Ryushin Malone. How you doing?
Hey, Mark. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure, even though you've had a big do-over.
Yeah, I've got a big makeover, but got a
That's good. It's a positive thing.
Excited with a red, but that's okay. So yeah, these times have been very enlightening for people. People are waking up to the reality that we have been being lied to, and about the truth, and the truth is alarming and disturbing. It's very serious, very, very serious. But I understand, after researching it for the past decade, what's going on here and why this is all happening, and what's really happening behind the scenes that people are totally unaware of. Yes, it has to do with the extraterrestrials, but it also has to do with religion, God and the devil. So I'm a Zen Buddhist teacher. I've been practicing since the age of 16. I've done about almost 3 years of monastic training, just sitting in stillness and breathing, and aligning the body to connect to the earth, as well as the, if you want to call it, Holy Spirit, which is all around us. It's in Buddhism we call it our true nature, which is fundamentally shunyata, fundamentally emptiness. Now, what has come to light is that nothing, by definition, does not exist. And since nothing cannot exist, what is left is existence, which means we are all of existence. It means we are the universe inside of us. We are all of existence. And it means that we are you. And and everything's connected in reality, unbeknownst to everyone, because we've been lied to and we've been subverted. So anyway, this is the story that needs to get up into the book. Okay. Thousands of years ago, a group of extraterrestrials showed up here, and they manipulated the monkey. And you can obviously see that through the experiments of the many different prototypes to human being. There was something like 67 adjustments to create the human being. We were created, and by God, what everybody's been worshiping. Yes, God. Now, the story isn't exactly as... Now, did this God create the universe? I don't know. But I know for sure that they created human beings, because we were designed and created as containers of the soul. The soul is actually real. The soul is our personality, our everything. The soul is actually a karmic recording device that records every instance of your life. Everyone, anyone who's a human being, their lifetime is completely recorded by the soul, karmic soul recording. So that when you die, which there is no death, and I know this all sounds crazy, but it's absolutely true, and I have all the evidence. I'll prove it to you. And so the soul, after death, there is no death, but after you die, your soul is taken up to the fifth density, and your soul is examined and gone through every instant of your life, and you are judged by Christ's consciousness, who's in charge of the book of life. I've seen it. It's about 3 feet wide, and it has edges that curve into the center. But the edges curve, and it's like a glass book with every instant of your life in like... Have you ever seen the when you're at the diner and you flip through the radio, for music, the jukebox? Mm-hmm. When you flip through it like that, that's exactly how this thing looks. It's like almost like a holographic reality, the fifth density. I call it the spiritual realm. There are multiple dimensions past the fifth density, but it is a reality. It's true. There is a fifth density where both God and the devil rule over. They work together. And they're kind of like, and they make deals between each other. But not only are good human beings up in the fifth density playing the chess game that you've heard, the fifth density chess game, which is actually a magic, because magic is actually extraterrestrial. But not only are there good white magicians and witches, but there are also black magicians and warlocks and witches, and they work together in a group. Now, the satanic side views themselves as, well, it's empty, and this is all a dream, don't worry about it, nothing is really real. But the white side goes, wait a minute, nothing by definition does not exist. So since nothing cannot exist, what is left is existence, which means we are all of existence. So your actions, your karma, creates vipaka, which is a cause and effect. And these two work together and against each other. It's a chess game. It's a fifth dimensional chess game. And this is happening because Satan is also a fifth dimensional being who rules over hell. And what happens is God and the devil made a deal 6,000 years ago. It's called something called Night First. Night First is the agreement to keep everybody in the dark about what's really going on here and why this is all happening. Is that our soul, we are here, this is a test. We're here to be tested. Can we, whatever we do in life is recorded, and then it's all gone through and you are judged. And based on your judgment, you either are entered to heaven, go with Draco, who is Saturn or Satan, to hell, or be reincarnated. And considering that the truth is now revealed, this is the final judgment. So anyway, what happened was God created human beings as containers for the soul. Not only this, but they also created us as a workforce to mine gold for them. Why? Because they needed the gold to build their Dyson sphere spaceship around their planet, to encompass their planet, to create an atmosphere for their planet. These beings are the Anunnaki. Now, they are helped by other gods who are actually these super powerful extraterrestrial beings with incredible technology, including fifth dimensional technology like the Book of Life, like magic wands, like the acoustic record, which is like almost like a timeline of all these competing species throughout the universe who it's constantly changing because they all have time manipulation. And that's what this is. They knew that this time would come because everything's already happened. Our lifetime, we live this moment to moment. This moment right now is the present moment. But having technology that allows these beings to see in the past and the future changes the nature of reality, our understanding of the nature of reality. We are no longer, with the technology, we are no longer restricted to this moment-to-moment being, but we are moment-to-moment in any and every moment, changing our understanding of the nature of reality. So we're not just in this moment now, we're in all moments, which means that a public announcement needs to be made. Okay, everybody, we have the ability to look into the future and change the future. We have to create something called the present moment, which is the acknowledgement that to everyone that we have this technology, that this will bring the entire universe to us, declaring that there is a present moment now. But this has to be done in a public form, like a whole, the whole group of the world has to know that we have this technology, that we're able to see into the future and the past and manipulate it to, and that's what this evil side has been doing. So it's not only the good side had this technology for thousands of years. That's what all these secret societies are all about. This is the big secret between God and the devil. They've been working together in a balance, right? That's what this is. It's a balance. Good and evil, both working together in a balance. I've disrupted the balance by revealing the book, the evidence in the book. So what happened was when they created us, after they created us, the Anunnaki and who is God, who is actually Luna, who is the moon goddess. So I've discovered that's her name. That's the true name of God. And I've met with her. She is the true God. I mean, she said that. I'm like, who are you? She's like, I'm God, Ryushin, I'm God. So, and what she was doing in front of me in the fifth density, it was clear that she was in charge here. And, and I know it sounds nuts, but it's absolutely true. And What happened was the Draco, who is Satan, and Moloch, who is from Orion, okay, Draco and Orion, who work in the Orion group, showed up here, took over the show. And the God and the devil have been at war with each other for thousands of years until they made a deal. They went, hey, let's make a deal. We'll call it night first. Allow the people to live like there's nothing going on around here, to believe in God and that the devil is real. That's fine. But it's up to that person to make these decisions on their own, to then be judged after we die. But to keep everybody in the dark about this, to not tell the absolute truth that they're actually extraterrestrial beings ruling over us for thousands of years with great technology, including fifth dimensional technology, spiritual realm, spiritual technology. That's what I call it. So they got into a war, they made a deal, and that's what we've been living in for the past 6,000 years until the truth was revealed, that they've been harvesting, they've been using us as a resource. So the deal was Draco and Orion could rule over humanity, and in the background, God would just take up souls, and they were both ruling over us. But now that Draco, Satan is revealed with the Orion group, night is over. And night will end when everybody finds out the truth. And I can talk about it until I'm blue in the face for the past 9 years, and that doesn't do anything. But this is the truth, and I collected all the evidence, and it's compassion and evidence which will free humanity. Morality, the truth. What is the truth? Well, the truth is true no matter what, no matter who says it is, and how do you prove the truth? Compassion and evidence. And so let's get into it, shall we?
Yes.
Yes, God and the devil are real. Heaven and hell is real. And they've been working together in something called the balance, unbeknownst to us. And these elites have been working together until they were all exposed. The satanic side was exposed, allowing this positive side, the God side, with Jesus and the Holy Spirit, the real God, Luna, were allowed to come in and start taking over. And that's what we've been doing. And it's very complicated because it involves time travel and time manipulation. And for a very long time, we've been secretly ruled over mostly by the satanic Orion group for the past 6,000 years, until I revealed them with revealing the Nazi death marches and the deep underground military bases being identical in shape of Orion and size, 300 miles across, which means that they were trading human beings for technology all this time. And they used taxpayer money to pay for it. So that's what I revealed, and that's what I figured out, and that's what's in my book. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. I really appreciate this.
No, it's cool. I'm just going to let you speak, and you guys watching, just keep an open mind. Here we go.
Yeah, this is very serious. This is very complicated, and I don't care if you believe me or not. All I care about is telling the truth, no matter what, no matter in the face of death. I have to tell the truth. This is the truth. And how do you tell the truth? Compassion and evidence. So tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. And that's what this is. So for 37 years, I was only aware of the Holy Spirit being real, our true nature. And sitting Buddhism and doing all that stuff, that's my father and me. In Japan, we were at Sogenji, Okayama-shi, Japan. And that's where I was doing some of my training. My father came out and sat with me to support the practice of Zazen, which is the connection to spirituality through breathing and alignment and focusing on your physical to aligning your mind and your body to absorb. That's what Zen literally means, to absorb, to sit in absorption, or zazen. So anyway, next. That symbol is the symbol of victory over war. And that's victory over war of the ego. Victory over the war with the ego. And next is my symbol, which means dragon, because my name is Ryushin, and it's dragon heart. That's what my name is. Next. Okay, so like I said, I was teaching Zen Buddhism for a year, 2016, 2017, and I had my own studio that I was borrowing from a karate master, and he allowed me to sit here every Wednesday and Sunday mornings, and we do about 2 hours, and it was very concerning because not many people were showing up. You know, people that are busy, they have to go to work, they have to, do, they're busy, they don't have time for spirituality. And what I figured out with the whole alien thing, well, the satanic side has been keeping us from reaching our spiritual true nature. So anyway, I was sitting there one day, and all of a sudden I felt a touch under my chin, and my head went up, and I looked down, and there was a being in front of me that was translucent with black eyes, and another one stepped around the side of it holding a stick, and it pressed it up against my neck, and then it let go and disappeared. The other one dropped my head, it stepped backwards and then disappeared, and I was like, okay. So I went home and freaked out, and I was like, oh my God, what's going on? These things are real. What's going on? So I started researching it, and a week later, the Nazca alien mummies were released. Next. And I knew they were real from the x-rays. And a week after that, I connected them to King Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti. And I realized that we were being lied to about how these beings were being called their children, and that's not true. They're not children. They're actually, what I figured out was that they're actually God's angels. And I believe that they are the Anunnaki, and that God works works with them, and they do God's work. And they're also cherubs. This is what a cherub looks like, ladies and gentlemen. A cherub, like Cupid. This is what they really look like. So I realized that they were engraved identical to what they actually look like, which is very uncommon, and this is very significant. And the true symbol of God is actually the light, which is actually their vehicle, the golden sphere, the Dyson sphere that contains their planet. The light emanating from below it in strands with the hands is just like the Buddha symbol, with the Buddha with many arms and one mind. It's exactly like this, which means that they are enlightened beings. They're spiritually awake to their true nature, which is emptiness, but nothing does not, by definition, does not exist. And since nothing does not exist, what is left is existence. We are all of existence. The hands, and this is the true symbol of God, the circle with the light emanating below it. All right, next. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is going to take some time. So this is what really is the most significant discovery I've ever made. Aside from that connection, this discovery, the realization that the Nazi death marches were built in the shape of Orion, the star constellation Orion. And half of it is there, and that's the deal. They can only do so much. They can only give you, that's the spiritual deal. And it's like the spiritual deal that's between God and the devil. That's why they call this the silent war. I'm the only human being who can speak the truth with the evidence in the silent war. They all know what I have. nobody else on the earth knows what I have, what this means. This means that extraterrestrials are real, that the whole Zionists who built the Nazi Death Rothschild and his friends tricked Hitler, and they lied to him or whatever, but they put all this money into building those railroads in the shape of Orion to honor Orion, because who is Orion? Orion is Moloch. Moloch is Orion. Okay, Satan is Draco, and they work together. So Moloch is a demon, a child eater. She's also called Lameshtitu. She has many names, many names. I think Baal is Satan. Allah, yes, Allah is Satan. Allah and the whole Muslim religion, they walk around something in Mecca with a black cube. Yeah, that's Saturn's cube. That's actually what Satan's vehicle looks like, a black cube. They've been worshiping Satan. They don't even know it, but that's what they've been worshiping. It's Satan's vehicle, the black cube. Saturn, Satan, Draco, Alpha Draconian. They're 15-foot tall lizards. They're extremely powerful, extremely intelligent, and enlightened. But on the opposite polarity, they're of the negative side of the balance. Now, what's really going on out in the universe is that it's basically like a yin-yang. That's what's going on. There are good beings and there are evil beings, and it's like a yin-yang. And it's extremely complicated, but that's what's going on out there. Us on Earth, we're totally unaware of what's going on here. But that's what's going on here. And that's where all the missing children have been going, and why Epstein was doing all that child rape and child eating, and they've been eating children. Yes, that's been happening everywhere. It's not just Epstein's Island. No, that's been happening everywhere. There's Satan worshipers everywhere. There's Satan worshipers who are lying to the people left and right. Even in the news and the UFO and the everything, these Satan worshipers, they're all in reverse. Everything is opposite. So they lie, and they have to lie. And some of these people have made deals with Satan and selling their soul to the devil. Have you ever heard that one? Yeah, well, it turns out that it's true because it's real. God and the devil are real. Heaven and hell are real. Now, just because they're extraterrestrials, I do not want to destabilize the structure that human beings need. They just, this is just a further understanding of it, of the dynamics of reality. But I do not mean to destabilize the structure to God and the devil, but both are real. And I think that it's very important to be aware that both are real. It just so happens to be that, well, they're super powerful, ancient. So they've been living for thousands and thousands of years with their technology in a spiritual realm. But that's what's going on here. So anyway, look, figured out Rothschild and the Zionists have been worshiping Moloch this whole time, even in Egypt. And I believe that this whole thing, the Holocaust, was actually revenge for when Moses led the Jews out of Egypt under Orion rule, because the Egyptian pyramids aligned to Orion's belt. This is Orion group, the aliens from Orion, who've been using us as a food source and a resource, and took over, 3,000 years before Moses. Yeah, Sumerian to Moses. And Moses, with God's help, the gigantic golden sphere, moved the water with their technology and understanding, moved the water and allowed the Jews to escape under Moloch's rule, and then destroyed the army, and then was given the 10 Commandments, and then created Israel with God's protection. The real God are the ones who created us. Now, and I don't know if they created all of the universe or not, but all I can tell you based on the evidence is that they created us, which means that they are God, the creators. Okay, so anyway, as for revenge, 2,000 years later, Oh, Rothschild is in charge. He's in charge of the entire thing. He is known as the Pinder, or the pinnacle of the Draco, or penis of the dragon, who is a dragon, the Draco, Satan, Saturn. That's where everybody's money's been going. That's Rothschild. That's his position. He's the patriarch of this whole monetary system. So he put all this money into Germany. Germany stood up real quick and was super powerful right after World War One. And they learned, by doing World War One, they learned, wow, we can get all these scientists together, and they can start, we can dump all this money into research and development. And that's what happened. They were researching. They were playing both sides.
Mm-hmm.
They all have been. They're just the rich versus the rich, but they do a dollar deal, and then they have a war, and then, just to see who wins the dollar, But anyway, so that's what allowed them to stand up after World War One so quick. They dumped all that money in there, and I think it was to actually use Germany as a doorstop to stop the spread of Russia into Europe. I think that's why they dumped money into there. But anyway, they had Hitler rise up, and he was talking about God, the real God, our creator, and all this. But the Zionists were in there too, and they dumped all that money into building these railroads in the shape of Orion. And they somehow convinced Hitler to sacrifice the Jews, the real Jews that were helped by Moses. Yeah. The others who were left behind in Egypt became the Zionists. That's why they hate the Jews. But it's just like this. In America, there's Christianity and there's Satanism. Okay? In Judea, over in Israel, there's Jews who worship the same God the Christians do here. Yes, our creator, the ones who created us. They worship the same God. Jesus, the Holy Spirit, yes. But over there, the Zionists are also Satan worshipers. That's what's going on here. That's why, after revealing the whole Orion thing, Israel had to be like, whoa, we have to, God said that she would protect the real Jews if they were, and that's what's going on. That's why Trump is helping Israel. That's why all these people at the UN got up and left when the prime minister of Israel got up there and started speaking, because he turned against the Draco, because I think he's part of Orion. These two can sometimes come to conflict with each other because they're two different species. One's the reptilians, the other one's the Greys, Moloch and the Greys. See, it's very, very complicated. But in any event, what I figured out was after World War II, the Americans realized, holy shit, they've been living here in Antarctica. And they had Admiral Byrd take the entire Pacific Fleet down there and get his ass kicked. And he came back, and he was open-mouthed. The whole thing. He would talking, the whole thing for about 2 weeks until they shut him down. Told him the truth. This is what's going on. We have to wait until a certain time for when somebody comes along, reveals the truth out in the open, then we can react to this satanic side who's been living here. That's part of the deal. So that's why they kept it all quiet. And so the military made a deal with these beings. Back in 53, 54, they made a deal because they were under this contract. The aliens were under this contract with the other aliens saying that, well, this is night first. We get to use you as a resource. And the military was like, okay. And they built the deep underground military bases in the heart of America, these secret deep underground military bases in the shape of Orion to, again, honor Orion, because the Zionists have been behind this whole thing. And they built it identical in shape and size, 300 miles across. Both are 300 miles across, which means that the map on the left is true because they're both 300 miles across.
Mm-hmm.
They were setting us up for an alien invasion known as Agenda 21. And when I revealed this enabled the good side to intervene. And the Pentagon sent in the military into Area 51 and took it over December 7th, 2018. And I knew that information was true. It was something like somebody came out and said, oh my God, there's unprecedented amount of activity at Area 51. Lizard people coming out of the ground. And I was like, what? Lizard people, huh? And I took that piece of evidence and I held on to it. And I was like, okay, wow, that's interesting information. Well, 12 days later, the All-Seeing Eye, which is a gigantic tetrahedron-shaped craft. It's a gigantic pyramid, a black pyramid, showed up over the Pentagon at 4:30 a.m. And we have 3 different perspectives of it, but I knew what that was. I knew exactly what it was. Well, because they took over Area 51, that probably pissed off the fucking aliens. So when I saw that there, I was like, oh, the aliens are there because of this was true. See how this works? Because the information that came out 12 days earlier was true. So the Pentagon pyramid, that's what it's called. You can hashtag it. Showed up December 19th, 2018. And that at that same time is the same time that they pulled me up into the 5th dimension and had about a 3-week journey of the 5th dimension, and it was the most intense experience I've ever had in my life. And it even drove me to the point of getting kicked out of my house and living homeless because it was so intense for me. I was in a different reality experiencing. I can't even begin to explain what I was experiencing, but it was so intense and so dynamic, and they shut me off. They're like, all right, well, we're going to shut it down and go away. Just to let you know, this is happening. This is what's going on out here in the spiritual dimension. I'm like, holy shit. So I was left to my own devices for the past 7 years, and finally came up with the rest of this book, which is the key to all my evidence is here, which is in reality our evidence, because we are all of existence. So anyway, this is a big problem for us. This means that the military has been working to help the aliens, and what they were feeding the aliens down there were human beings. They've been eating us. The aliens have been using us as a resource, a food resource, and they drink blood. They torture people. They torture people to produce something called loosh, which is also called steam. Steam comes out of the body. It's actually the soul. And these evil beings have been sitting around after torturing a victim for an hour until death to absorb the steam that's being released from the soul. Spiritual demons. That's what these beings are. They're spiritual demons. They just so happen to be extraterrestrials. But super powerful, enlightened demons. That's what this is. And it's extremely intense, and the whole Galactic Federation is about to come down. And that's what's going on with the whole Trump thing and this whole 9 years since Pizzagate happened. Remember Pizzagate? What a joke. Yeah, I remember. I was right there, 2017, going, what the fuck is this? But yeah, that's what got me involved with this whole thing and the alien thing. But what really turned me on was the fact that when Q said, oh, looking forward to look behind, go back, Project Looking Glass. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. He's talking about the Looking Glass. He's talking about quantum temporal time viewing device. And I'm like, holy shit, they're using time travel. This whole thing is a time manipulation. Yeah. So it's not just God and the devil manipulating the timeline here. It's also humanity, the evil side and the good side. You see, both sides have been in a temporal war with each other. It's insane. It's really insane. It's so nuts because quantum dynamics is so complicated. It boggles my mind to think that, okay, so God has beings that are coming down and working. I call them time tailors, where they can come in and out, and that's how they created human beings. I mean, They got out, they adjusted a monkey, and then they jumped in their ship, traveled 1,000 years, got out, adjusted the monkey, and did the whole process 67 times in about, however long it took them, maybe a day. And that's what's been going on here. And that's what they've been doing. They've been time tailoring. But it's not just the God side that time tailors. It's also the evil demonic beings that have been time tailoring too. The war between God and the devil. And then you have the human side on the human realm with the human beings and half reptilian, half human. That's the Canaanites. That's from Draco. They're more reptilian than human. It's a long story. Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel and all that. So anyway, but I don't want to get into that right now. See, I've been researching this. I've been studying this very carefully. Why is this happening? What is the truth? Is this true or not? And it's taken me this long to get, to this point. So there's a lot of information. I mean, I can go on for hours and hours and hours, but I really don't want to keep you guys. I want to tell you the truth. You need to know the truth. And that's my mission, to tell the truth at all costs, including my own life. Okay? They've ignored me for the past 9 years. I knew they knew what I had. How could you ignore what I have? 9 years. The whole satanic and the God, the Freemasons and the Illuminati. See, everybody thinks that the Freemasons are evil. No, they've just been working hand in hand with the Satan worshipers to do this balance thing. The Freemasons are good. Even the good side inverts things. Because they wanted to see, okay, can someone come along, a true-hearted human being, with truth and evidence, and explain the situation to the rest of the humanity? That's been the deal. That's been their agreement. Okay, let's just see if somebody can come along and tell the truth without being told the truth, just from using their own compassion, their own heart, to see if this is true or not. And that's what I did this whole time. 9 years of sitting here going, okay, is this true or not? Is this true here? I didn't need some asshole, in the news desk telling me what's true or not. I need to ask right here, is this true or not? And this is the result of that. I did it for myself, which is all of us. It's not me. I didn't do it for me. I mean, donations would be nice, helpful, but this information the world needs to know. That we've been secretly being ruled over by an evil group of extraterrestrials who were living here and using us as a resource. And I don't agree with that. And a lot of things are going to happen. The storm, that's about to happen. Where people start getting arrested for doing all this evil bullshit that I've helped expose. So anyway, let's continue on. Shall we? I know I really didn't get into the book very much, but these are the Nazca lines. I got into them. I thought I saw Orion in them, so I really spent a lot of time working on this. What the Nazca lines are actually a star map of the Orion group's territory markings, or somebody's territory markings. You see, the thing that really tripped me up was that this map you see is only a 30th of the entire map. So I spent about a year going, why can't I figure this out? Why can't I figure this out? Until I went to Google and I looked at the entire, surface of the Nazca lines and saw that in the entirety, it's about, this is a small fraction of what they put out. And it's UNESCO. Yeah. You see all the World Heritage Site, UNESCO, all these groups, all these companies, all these have been keeping this a secret from you and lying to us to keep us enslaved and used as a resource. They didn't want to tell anybody, but they had to put out information to be like, okay, this is kind of the truth. You see a little bit of it, and that's why this is a 30th, and the last map was only half of the Orion. It's only half. They can only show you a little bit, but then all right, continue on. Next. so I worked on it. And that's what I came up with. I saw Orion in it, but I was wrong until I saw the rest of the map. Next, the rest of the ground, which happened to be, it is an Orion. So that's the entire map and the structure, and that white map is just a very small piece of it. But what they are they are territory markings of pulsar and constellations. That's what they are. Next. Pulsars, like the one on the NASA Voyager spacecraft. That's what they are. Now, I can't read them exactly which stars they are because it's so complex. Their territory spans incredible feet, incredible distance. Next. Thank you for doing this, Mark. I really appreciate it. And I know it sounds crazy to a lot of people out there, but I assure you,
I think it needs to get out.
I'm very close, and you don't have to believe me, but I'm not 100% on everything, but you can see where I'm going with this. I mean, I've got some insight into this being this appears to be true to me. So there's pulsar star map. It's their territory map to allow other extraterrestrials who show up here to go, stay away. That's what that is. That's what the Nazca lines are. Next.
It's a warning sign.
It's a warning sign, yeah. They're territory markings for other extraterrestrials when they show up here, go, oh, shit, that's the Orion group, gotta go. Yeah, it's a warning route. It's a warning sign. So you can see, as you can see, the pyramids align to Orion's belt, which is not only does the pyramids in Egypt align to Orion's belt, but almost every single pyramid in the world aligns to Orion's belt, including the Pentagon's Air Force Memorial behind the Pentagon, and the Washington Monument Memorial aligns to Draco, Thurbon, and Draco star system. So let's see here. The World Trade Center also aligns to the Orion's belt, which is it's an homage to Orion, Moloch, and the Orion group and the Greys. Next. Yeah, that's something I was just messing with. I don't think that's correct. Next. See, there's some things that I'm like, I don't know. All right, Alpha Draconian, Orion group. Now, from the evidence that I have, I knew that the Orion group was true, which means that with everything else that I was seeing, this Ascension glossary was actually telling the truth, because I had the evidence to yes, the Orion group is real. They're here. Yes, Draco is real, which means that, and they've been evil and doing this satanic shit. Well, whoever put up this information was actually telling the truth. Next. And there's pulsars all over the place. Next. That's in Hawaii, and that's the Stonehenge in America, which is also has an altar for blood sacrifice, just like the next slide. Next, the Stonehenge. They have the slaughter stone and the heel stone, and the heel stone was a time. It's a time dilate, but it's not to measure, yes, it's to measure solstice and all that stuff, but primarily because there's a heel stone was to let the people know, the Druids know exactly when the aliens were going to show up to bring all those people there and sacrifice all those people. And the whole reason why it was destroyed and rebuilt was because somebody back there figured out what was going on, knew that they were taking people there, torturing them, sacrificing them to this god who was showing up, who they probably saw while they were in the woods going, holy shit, what the fuck is that? Look at that, look. And they went and they told everybody, and they went back to Stonehenge and they destroyed it. Hence why the elite rebuilt it in 1901. That's what all the cement there is for, but why rebuild that? That's why. Because it's an homage to Orion. What we didn't know was that they were actually worshiping these alien beings who were coming down. Next. And I'm going to start going quick here, but this is the third one. The aliens did that. They aligned that structure to say to other people, and that's why Satanism is really big in England and Europe. In Europe, because these people have been worshiping these beings for thousands of years. But the truth is that, well, yep, they're God, they're the devil, yes, but they're extraterrestrial beings, which means that we are one. We are the same. Yes, God is in a more significant place than I or anyone else who knows the truth about existence, which is shunyata, which in turn, nothing by definition does not exist. What is left is existence, which means we are all of existence. But she has been working to help us, going through our souls, weighing the whole soul thing with a feather in the heart. Yeah, that's what Jesus does. That's what they're doing up there. They're actually weighing, was this human being a good human being or not? Was his heart as light as a feather? That's what they're doing. And so this is why this was important to me, because I was telling the truth from the heart. And it was that easy. So anyway, this is all over the world. They all align to Orion, which means that the aliens were probably coming down everywhere to have themselves worshipped and have people be brought there and sacrificed and tortured. And that's what they've been doing at all these sites. They were torturing human beings to produce and raping women and children and all kinds of evil to honor these evil satanic beings who were wanting them to do this. They wanted to cannibalize these people. And yeah, the eat up. This is great entertainment. That's what these evil aliens have been doing. They've been watching over us going, yeah, this is so much fun. Watching them do evil. Next.
Nothing deeper than that.
There's nothing deeper than that. You're right. This is another site, and it just keeps going on and on and on. They're all aligned to Orion. You can keep going quickly through this. I really want to carry on here before we end this. Unfortunately, I'm only 23 pages in with about 400 more pages to go. Next, these are all the examples of where Orion is. That's in Germany. Next, this is in Ireland. That's where the Orion. They've been worshiping the evil aliens from Orion. That's why it's all Orion as Satan. Next, satanic.
That's not far from me.
Yeah. Oh, it's not. Wow. And when the people find out, well. The evil aliens from Orion built the pyramids, and they're probably conscious suppression technology. And that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with super sophisticated, spiritual, extraterrestrial technology, like consciousness suppression technology from these pyramids. I heard that the Black Pyramid up in Alaska was built and turned on in 2018 to suppress the consciousness, and that came from Tom DeLonge, To the Stars Academy. And when I saw that, I was like, holy shit, they're turning it on. Why would you turn on consciousness suppressing devices in a buried pyramid in Alaska? I'm sure it's there. And I know they have the technology to do that kind of shit because of the Orion cube and the magic wands, and it's all magic. Magic is real. But real magic is extraterrestrial technology. Welcome to the future. Next. And it's going to create a lot of chaos. The revealing of this, we've been secretly being ruled over by these evil group with the upper hand. For the past 6,000 years, they've had the upper hand on us. Now, all of a sudden, they're all being revealed. Uh-oh. What is that going to do? It's going to create chaos. Because these evil people have been waiting for this event to happen. They've been waiting for a black awakening. That's what they call these times. It's when all hell is going to break loose. Have you ever heard that before? That's what's going to happen when the truth comes out to the people, and they go, "Holy shit! The devil's real. God is real. What? These beings are evil, satanic aliens who've been ruling over us, using us as a food source? Uh-oh. What's the
hell's
satanic?
that?
What is that? Yeah, you ready? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that, everybody. So anyway, what you're looking at here is the Pentagon Pyramid over the, the pyramid, the tetrahedron, Moloch's craft, because Moloch travels in this triangular shaped craft. Satan travels in the Saturn's cube. That's why they walk around it in Mecca. Okay, and God travels around a gigantic golden orb. It's like the video game Destiny 2. It's like a gigantic golden orb will show up in the future with Christ and relief Christ consciousness to the world, because it's been imprisoned here on Earth because of the Draco and the aliens from Orion, who've been using this kind of technology and agreements to rule over Earth and keep us all dumb and stupid and whatever, and use us as a resource. So anyway, as you can see on the left, it showed up over the Kremlin in 2009. And again, it showed up over the Pentagon in 2018. And when I saw, I knew that it was the Moloch's ship. But there's more connections I'll get to. Next. I believe they were using the water there to create hydronium. That's what I believe these pyramids were being used for. But since recent revelations with the depth of how deep these structures go under the pyramids, it might be possible that these pyramids are consciousness suppressors. I don't know, though. But this is just a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothesis. Next. I believe that the King's Tomb contains the the Ark of the Covenant, and that's an energy source, and that's why I think that it was some kind of either consciousness, I don't know, like an exasperator, a bloomer that brings about Christ consciousness to everybody, or because that's why it was taken out, or it was put there to be used as an energy source to do hydronium or whatever else. I don't know. But I know that the Ark of the Covenant fits right where that man is going high. It sits in there, but it's gone. Okay,
well,
next.
Do you think that replica in Mar-a-Lago is the real one?
I seriously doubt it, but anything's possible.
And Tom DeLonge,
I doubt it, but
Tom DeLonge is quite controversial in the ufology community, isn't he?
No. Tom's been telling the truth.
Oh, you think so?
And so is Lou Elizondo. Yeah, Lou Elizondo and Tom. Yeah, and there are many others out there who are not telling the truth. Dr. Greer, many others who are out there lying to the people. And Jay Anderson, the guy who talks about the lady. What's his name? Chris Bledsoe. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been hanging out with all these Satan worshipers. Well, hello. Birds of a feather. Okay, next. Okay, wait. This is good. You can see how Orion aligns to the pyramid, but there are shafts that align to these the star systems at a certain time. And you see Thurbon aligns, Draco Thurbon aligns also, and then you see Sirius, and I believe that God comes from Sirius. Orion, Moloch, the demon, and Thurbon is the devil, Draco, Saturn. Next. And that's why they all align with each other. That's something I found in Hawaii. I believe it's a territory marking of Orion. Next. The pyramids on Hawaii, possibly. Next. The Grand Canyon that has all these is aligned to Orion. Next. The Hopi tribes they were told by these beings, the ones that crashed in Vegas a few years ago. There was a crash that happened, and there was this Mexican kid who was outside, and he went up to the crash, and he said that when the crash hit, when the ship hit, he was thrown into a fifth dimensional state from his body, and these beings were all around him. He heard footsteps, but he was thrown into a fifth dimensional state while the craft hit. And he said that these beings were there, and they had wide mouths and big eyes, and they were 9 feet tall. There were two of them, but they were also traveling with these extra dimensional beings in the fifth density. But he said when the crash hit, he was thrown into a fifth dimensional outer body experience, fifth density, spiritual realm. But the Hopi said that these beings had wide mouths. It's the same species. But, next.
And of course, they had the prophecy of the eagle and the condor, which is.
That's right. Yes.
Matches up now.
All these prophecies were all known. And most of them were, well, not all of them were true, because the Satan worshippers have been manipulating everything. The red dragon's going to show up. He's the devil. He's going to take over. Yeah, they inverted the red dragon. The red dragon's actually trying to free humanity with the truth and compassion, with the evidence. So they manipulated it just like they did with Lucifer. They said, oh, Lucifer's the devil. No, Lucifer's actually been the one fighting the devil for humanity. So they lied about this. Antichrist is coming. The Antichrist is coming. That's all inversion of the truth. And not only the Satan worshippers have been inverting, but the good guys have been inverting the truth as well. Anyway, the Vatican aligns to Orion, and there's possibly, that's from somebody out there, Mika, but I don't know if that's 100% though. Next. And I'll tell you everything. Yes, this does align to Orion's belt, the obelisks in Manhattan. Next. The pyramids in Giza, and the World Trade Center. And let me tell you something. Orion's belt. Okay, you see Orion's belt, the three stars on the right. The bottom star, the bottom two stars are the good aliens, the Zeta Reticuli. They control those stars. The one above, that's off a little bit to the left, is Minnetonka. Minnetonka is where Moloch comes from, and the Greys. And what happened with the World Trade Center, it's very, very complicated, but I'm going to tell you the truth. These things were filled with asbestos. It would have cost 3 times to get that stuff out of there to build new towers. They could build the towers 3 times over. So they devised a plan to use them to knock them down without facing the consequences of people getting cancer, getting sued for people getting cancer because they were filled with asbestos. So they used it. They used it as a target. The real target on 9/11 was actually the World Trade Center 7 and the Pentagon Pyramid. And what happened? Well, on 9/10, Rumsfeld came out and revealed that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion.
Yep.
Oh, where did that $2.3 trillion go? You might ask. And then the next day, 9/11 happened. But the real targets were World Trade Center 7 and the Pentagon. They blew them up and to destroy the evidence, the receipts, to the building, the creation of the secret deep underground military bases. So now, how do I connect that? Well, Phil Schneider was telling the truth. Everything that he said was true. He came out and he said in 1996 that 131 deep underground military bases were constructed in 1996. Each one of them costs about 17 to 19 billion dollars. Okay. And I was like, okay, well, I'll just put it, how about we just make it 18? And so 131 times 18 equals $2.3 trillion. And I was like, oh my God, there it is. That's why they blew up the towers. They used it as a diversion in order to destroy World Trade Center 7 with all the evidence in it, and hit the Pentagon with the evidence, to the receipts, to all the bills, where the money was missing, the $2.3 trillion. To go to what? Oh, the construction of the deep underground military bases, where out of 131 of these deep underground military bases, 62 of them were dedicated to the extraterrestrials, where they were piping in fresh water, where they were piping in blood and body parts and all that shit to eat. But they don't even drink it. They drink it, but their genetics are failing. Their esophagus tracts are leaving their body, which means that they're at the end of their evolutionary cycle, because they've been cloning each other over and over and over again, which has deteriorated their genetics. So what they do is they bathe in this blood, to absorb the nutrients. And that's why there's many stories of the aliens being seen doing this, because they're wiping off the skin. They're wiping off what they've been bathing in. So it's not only have they been bathing in it and drinking the blood and all that stuff, but they've been showering in it. But they've been here not only acting as these in the 4 dimensions, which is up, down, left, right, back, forward, time. Fourth dimension is time. And then there's space. There's the 5th dimension, which is the spiritual realm. So they've been operating in the 4 dimensions, but they've also been operating in hell in the 5th dimension, which I believe is a piece of technology called the red cube, because I know that heaven exists inside the yellow cube, also known as the Orion cube. It's a construct within a construct. It's a spiritual construct with technology, great technology, spiritual technology by the aliens. And that's what they've been using to contain these constructs, heaven and hell. Yeah.
And a lot of that bathing stuff is in Jupiter Ascending.
It's exactly what a Jupiter Ascending is. They wanted to show the people what's going on. The whole fire in the sky. Why did they change Travis Walton's story? Well, they wanted to show humanity what was actually going on with these evil grays. They were taking people, they were putting them on the, do you know Fire in the Sky? You know the alien scene there? It's pretty intense. They dragged Travis Walton throw him on a stone slab, just like all the stone slabs, the American Stonehenge, and there's another Stonehenge in Australia with the Slaughter Stone, same thing. They put the blanket over him. They put a tube down the throat, which I believe either sucks in the intestinal tract or whips them up and then sucks it out. It's either sucking or really whipping it up to create torture. And while they're doing that, a needle comes down and goes right into the pineal gland to collect the substance. But they're creating all kinds of different enzymes, white blood cells. The body is reacting to the torture, but that's what they're doing. And here's why they do it like this, because the body can exist for a longer period without the intestinal tract. But to slowly suck that in, can you imagine that? And they've been finding, human beings and their bodies all carved up and harvested. And that's how they do it. It's about an hour-long process. And while the person is being tortured, the body is producing all these wonderful adrenochrome. It's producing adrenaline in the bloodstream. It's so that the aliens will drink the blood, and then it's producing, all kinds of other great things that the aliens are harvesting, as just like Jupiter Ascending. That's what they're doing here, and that's what we almost went through until I revealed the deep underground military bases and the Nazi death marches being aligned to Orion. When I revealed that, the military was able to engage to the public, but they didn't tell anybody. But I'm pretty sure that, that's the reason why they engaged and stopped the alien invasion because I revealed the truth to the public. The public didn't know about it, but okay, next.
Yeah.
As you can see, this is what I was talking about in the last video with Mars and the pyramids that are obvious. They're obviously in the same shape. And this told me that on Mars, they were doing the same thing with God and the devil, Moloch. Moloch probably constructed pyramids on Mars thousands and hundreds of thousands of years ago. But I know they were destroyed because at the end of IPET Go 2, when God shows up in the golden sphere with light radiating off of it, and Jesus is in the boat, and as Christ consciousness lifts off, and there are lotus blossoms, which symbolize awakening happening, and the Catholic Church falls. Well, God shows up and the shoots and destroys the pyramids in Egypt. And I knew that that's exactly what happened on Mars with the evidence. God showed up and destroyed the pyramids on Mars, and that's probably why they call it Mars. But that's what happened. That's what's going on here. And
why do they call it Mars?
Because of Mars's war, the god of war. War. Because they had a war on Mars over this whole thing. Next, harvesting and using beings as a harvest, and it goes back and forth. That's what this whole thing is. It's that's why there's Comet ping pong. Comet, the pizzeria and Pizzagate. That's why he calls it Comet ping pong. It's because it's the war between good and evil, and it's across the universe, and it's constantly shifting, changing hands. And for the past 6,000 years, we've been in the dark, night first, with this evil side ruling over us. But now that the truth is revealed, because of spiritual laws, somebody comes along, reveals the truth, and is able to tell the truth with the true heart and with evidence. Then the bad guys aren't allowed to harvest us. They have to go, and the good guys can come in and go, okay, we're going to help you. But if we didn't wake up, which is probably happening on thousands, trillions of worlds out there as we speak. This whole thing is probably happening out there everywhere. If they don't wake up, then it's harvest time. But because we woke up, and so what comet means is comet in ancient times, they called the comet disaster. Disaster in Latin literally means evil star. And I knew that the comet would show up every so often and harvest everybody. That's why Saturn has a sickle to harvest. And that's what Saturn's been doing. He's been harvesting humanity. And that's why there's been all these civilizations, like, Greek and Rome and Egypt and all of a sudden they just up and disappeared like farts in the wind. Where are they going? Well, these beings have been like, well, it's time to harvest. And then we harvest them up.
So the great resets. The resets were all harvests.
No, the resets were all harvested. The great reset is something else, but they don't understand the dynamics of. I don't think they fully understand what's happening here. I think they. I don't want to get into that, but it's very, very complicated with the great reset. The great reset is them thinking, oh, we can just start over the game because the game is over. The fifth dimensional chess game, the whole chess game that's happening on Earth is over. Well, the good guys already won. God won. They can't just go, oh, let's just start the game over again. No, it doesn't work like that. Once they're revealed, once they're exposed, it's over for them. They can't go on being like, oh, we're just a satanic group. We've been using you. We've been setting you up for an alien invasion. We've been eating children. This is cool, right? You're cool with us just restarting? No, it doesn't work like that. You can't do that. Because nobody will be able to agree with that. Nobody in their right mind would be able to agree with that.
That's the good news.
So that's why a lot of shit's going to hit the fan. That's why the Satan worshipers are going to rebel. Because the truth revealed, they've been doing evil this whole fucking time, the whole way. Unbelievable evil. And this is why everything's been a buildup. Like all of a sudden, oh, here's the Epstein files. Everybody for the Democrats who've been running around going, where's the Epstein files? We want to get Trump. We want to get Trump. And all of a sudden, oh, they've been eating children, raping and eating children. Oh, so the Republicans in Pizzagate with WikiLeaks were really in the beginning of this. We were all brought up to speed with Pizzagate going, whoa, the Democrats are all a bunch of child-eating Satan worshipers? Yup. Now all of a sudden, the Democrats have a taste. Oh, they've been eating children? Yeah, welcome to the party.
Mm-hmm.
You see how this is coming? How it's coming along? And people here at home are on the forefront of what is the truth coming out. And that it's not only been these evil Satan worshipers back there eating children. No. This whole thing has been a construct by the aliens who've been eating children this whole time. That's what this is. Okay, let's keep going. As you can see, there are more pyramids all over the world, not only Giza, but the Xi'an pyramids in China, the Teotihuacan, Lake Furium, and Abba Sudim, all aligned to Orion. It just keeps going on and on and on and on. And that's what this is. Satan worshippers. Satan is actually an extraterrestrial, and so is Moloch. Moloch is also an extra. I've already explained that. Next. Pretty please. That's the mounds in Mississippi. Next. Lines to Orion. That's the Atom calendar. I think that's in Africa. Yeah, it's in Africa. It aligns to Orion's belt. Next. And this whole thing, the reason why there's alignments in here and Stonehenge and all that stuff, it's all a big clock. They're all clocks.
Yeah.
And they're clocks to let people know, oh, it's harvest time, baby. That's what they've been doing. So they rebuilt the entire Stonehenge structure in Australia. Not only the structure, the building blocks, but they also extended the arm. They put in the arm as well, which means that Satanism is happening over there. Next. Satanism in Bolivia. Next. Satanism in Romania. Oh, Bolivia again. Oh, there it is in Paris, France. You see, in secret, they've all been working together in peace, in the balance, the good and the bad. That's why you see Trump hanging out with Epstein going, I had a great time. This is great. It was night first. Like, this is great. You know, they're all hanging out. They all do business with each other. It just so happens to be that this evil side are a bunch of group of child raping and eating murderous, nightmarish people who've been setting us up, poisoning up the entire human race, withholding us from our spiritual development and awakening.
Just wondering where the Louvre pyramid is there. Where is that?
What is that?
You remember they built a pyramid in the Louvre.
Yes, the Louvre. Yeah. I haven't looked at that, but I'm sure it's connected. This whole thing, it's all about the aliens and honoring the aliens and designing these structures to align to the stars, and it's all a part of it because that's, they worship these beings. But let me tell you something. I'm awake. Just because, what that means is that we are one. We are equal. They're just extraterrestrials with great technology and great spiritual wisdom. Okay. Well, I've had, many 5-6 major Zen teachers face to face to tell me the same thing. So it's not, I am grateful for God watching over us, protecting us, weighing our hearts, telling the truth, being good to us, creating us. I am grateful. Don't get me wrong. And that demands a respect. She was here first. And that respect to God, that's, they are the creators of us. Mad respect. But I also respect the devil. Why do I respect the devil? Because I know he's real. And I know that he is very powerful and extremely evil. But I understand what's going on here. I understand that there's a balance here, that there, just because he's doing evil on his world, Thurbon, doesn't mean that the good side can interfere. But now that good and evil is now revealed on Earth, we can decide which direction we want to go for the future. And having it be this child raping satanic nightmare side continuing on is not possible with the rest of it, and that's why this is Revelation, because it's a war. It's the storm. And well, we happen to be directly in it, in the middle of it. Okay, next please. This is the French. Yeah, and that's why the French leader right there, Marconin, came out and goes, oh, well, the beast is here. Oh, the beast. Yeah, the beast. And the beast is the one who shows up and is given authority over humanity to rule over humanity. And so because they knew that was going to happen, the beast was going to show up and take over, they inverted the beast. They inverted the great red dragon. They inverted Lucifer to be the evil. And no, he's not. He's the great revealer of the truth with the evidence and the compassion. And so that's why they inverted it, to fuck up him when he showed up, for everybody to believe, oh, the devil, the devil's here. Yeah, well, that's not exactly, it's not true at all. So that's what these people did. That's why they call him the beast, because they want people to believe that he's evil when he's not. Next, please. More structures that align. Next. More structures. Next, please. That's the Mars and the Egyptian pyramids. Identical. Next. That's an alignment across the Earth. So, next. That's a description, more information on the Nazi death marches being in the shape of Orion and the deep underground military bases being identical. Next, please. That's the Nazi death marches. You can look it up for yourself. And that's the, I actually went to the Holocaust Museum with that map, the one above, the last image, with the two identical, and tried to get in there to talk to somebody. They refused me and laughed at me. Next, please.
Did they?
Yes, they kicked me out. I went down there to protest. I protested in front of Comet Ping Pong, in front of the White House, in front of the Pentagon. All these images of harvested bodies, the deep underground military bases, and the last image that you just saw. Or you can keep going down. The next image, please. Thank you. Now, a possible map. That's an old map of these ancient tunnels, which are probably there. I mean, underground, it's endless. There's an endless stream of these tunnels. Next. The Black Suns group is also the Orion group. That's who the Black Suns are. Now, I think that well, I know that it was a inversion of the truth. It was not true how that the earth is flat and the black suns comes up through, is underground at the bottom of the earth, the flat earth, and comes up a black rock that comes up through the center of the earth and sits above earth, the flat earth, and absorbs the negative energy. Well, no, that's not accurate. No, these evil aliens from Orion, the Black Suns, have been living in Antarctica. Okay, they come out and they come up and they absorb the negative energy. That's what they do. In a spiritual and a technological and a four-dimensional reality. But this is an example of how the stars because many people see this evidence above the two maps above, as not evidence. They don't see what's going on. They think Orion, and they think Orion's belt, because everybody's been intentionally dumbed down because we've been being used as a food source and poisoned and miseducated and misdirected and lied to about everything. And this is why, because we've been being used as a resource. And this is a map to show you guys what I'm getting at with the stars. Okay, and what they did. Basically, it was very simple. They just put the map over. And to build, the Nazis, they built the railroads leading to the Auschwitz and the death camps really well, without having any kind of satellite technology to look down. You know, they drew it on a map and they went out and they built it. That's pretty impressive. But that's what they did. And the United States military did the same deal. Night first, they did the Grenada Treaty, which was trading human beings for technology in 1954. And that was Eisenhower, allegedly. I'm pretty sure it was. I mean, Eisenhower was hanging out at Bohemian Grove all the time. So to say that he wasn't involved is not very accurate. And from taking that from Sears, blindly, is without evidence or anything like that, is not accurate. Okay, next, please. Missing 411. Well, where are all those people going missing? Out of the national forests? Well, this is why they call right next to Comet Ping Pong is something called bucks. Bucks camping and hunting and camping. Or fishing and camping. That's the name of. But I figured out that buck is actually the nickname of Satan. And that's right next to Comet Ping Pong. And it's owned by James Elefantis, which means James, I love infants, D. Rothschild. He's a French Rothschild. And so that's why he named it Bucks Hunting and Camping, because buck is a nickname for Satan. And so that's why he named it this, because that's where all these missing people have been going. And that's why Tom Hanks was sitting there giving an interview for Twitter talking about, and Emma Watson asked him, where are all those, why do you collect all those missing gloves and missing items? Do they ever get reunited? And yeah, they do. But all those missing people, and that's why Tom Hanks has been posting it all over his Twitter account, is to make fun of and to know the truth that these people have been going missing because the aliens have been picking them off left and fucking right. That's what's been going on. And that's why all these missing people in Missing 411 in the national forests is happening, because it's been these aliens going out and grabbing people in the national forest. They're allowed to hunt there. Next. Just like they're allowed to hunt everywhere all over the world. And that's why they call the Bermuda Triangle the Devil's Triangle, because it is the Devil's Triangle, because probably Draco's been living underwater there. And then there's Epstein's Island, and then there's Bermuda, and then there's NASA, and I know it's NASA. I thought for a while it was Disney World, or whatever, Disneyland World? Yeah, Disney World, but it's not. It's NASA. And I know this because when they assassinated Kennedy, guess what? They built the Kennedy Space Center to him in his honor. But they murdered him, and they built NASA. All of NASA is a lie. NASA actually has in there a tongue of Draco going through the NASA insignia with 3 star systems: Draco, Orion, and the Palladian star system. And I'll show you in a minute the rest of that compared to the Space Force logo, which does not have Orion in it for some reason. It's probably because some fat Zen Buddhist came along and revealed the truth. But we'll see what happens. He's got some crazy funky style going on with the red, but I look, my hair was going gray, okay, and I thought, hey, maybe if I put a little bit of red in there, I spice things up a little bit, And I went out, I got the red stuff, and I put it in my hair, and turned everything red. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. I look like an idiot. I have to tone it down a little bit. And so I put some black in there, and that's what I got. This is what I got. And I'm like, oh, God, I have an interview, and this is it. So this is what you get. And anyway, you see the 3 points. It's significant. The 3 points are actually Draco's points. The triangle shape is actually a representation. The Draco's symbol is 3 points, and I have more evidence of that. I'll show you in a minute. But this is just where they've been hunting, the hunting grounds. Next, the cattle mutilations in the 1970s. Compared to the deep underground military bases, they go out at night and hunt. Next, that's up there in the Great Lakes Triangle. Next, and all the vortexes. Next, and the connection between Teotihuacan and the Great Pyramids goes right through the Bermuda Triangle, which is the Devil's Triangle. That's why they call it the Devil's Triangle, because it's a hunting ground. Next, and you see how they're in triangles? It's significant. Remember that. It's Draco's constellation. It's their symbol for them. That's up in Alaska. Next, right outside of Area 51. Next are the Nazca alien mummy x-rays that I saw, and I knew once I saw the x-rays. Next slide, please. Thank you. That's good. Once I saw these x-rays, I knew they couldn't fake that. You see the egg in the being there? That egg is about the size of the tip of a fag. And I mean that in the English way. But it's very, very small. And so inside that egg is one of them. And that is about the tip of a pin. To see that complexity, that nature, you can't fake nature like that. You can't fake nature. And I knew they were real. And immediately I knew they were real. But this was after a week of being contacted by these beings. They knew I was coming, and they had to wake me up and go, hey, we want to research into us. They didn't say anything to me, but I had contact again in 2002. Before any of this, I saw a being come to me right after my deep awakening with my spiritual practice. It came to me in the middle of the night and held me in paralyzed for about 5 minutes while looking directly into my face, about 5 inches away from my face, and it held me there for about 5 minutes, and then it let me up, and I watched it float backwards and disappear through the wall while it was looking at me, and went, holy shit, what is that? And I never said anything, and then 17 years later, here we are. I saw him in a video, and I saw these translucent beings come to me, and Baba Vaga, the blind mystic, also said that she saw these translucent beings. They're time tailors. They work for God. They're angels of God. Next, these beings are. These are the cherubs. As you can see, they connect to King Akhenaten. That was 2 weeks after the beings came to me. And you can see, and there was a Mayan tablet too at the bottom right. There's a Mayan tablet, and those tablets, there are hundreds and thousands of these tablets, stone carving tablets. That tablet right there is 4 feet across. 4 feet. There's no Mexican guy down there chiseling these things out and selling them for $10 on the side of the road. Bullshit. But it's exactly the same. Then that's because the aliens have holographic technology, so they probably just showed or even brought King Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti into the future. I don't know yet, but you can see the spaceship in the back, and that's what led me. And also, there's a being sacrificed. You see the being in the middle there? He's being sacrificed. But the spaceship, that told me that, the sun is not A10. They weren't worshiping the sun disk. They were worshiping their vehicle. Next. Yeah, it's their vehicle. It's the golden orb. Just more evidence. The alien found in Russia, where all these Satan worshippers out there were lying to people, going, "Oh, they're just chicken bones." Yeah, guess what? Everything out there is a diverted lie to trick the people as hard as possible. That's what all these Satan worshippers have been doing. That's why they've all been lying to everyone about everything, because they're evil. They made a deal with the devil. They sold their soul to the devil. Next. And these beings have been trying to help us. They're angels of God. God is Luna. That's when I saw it. When I saw it on TV, I took a screenshot of it with my camera on my phone, and that was 2 weeks after I saw the Nazca alien mummies, and a week after that, I saw this program on Empowered Human, and I saw King Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti sitting with these beings, and I knew they were the same species, and that's what triggered me to go, "Oh my God, it's real! They're real!" And they're there. There they are. So that was, what, 9 years ago? Isn't it weird how nobody's said anything?
Yeah.
Next, please. Yeah, they all lied about it, tried to cover it up, tried to go, oh, no. And see, this is the true symbol of God. It's either a triangle or a circle with light emanating from it. Usually it's the circle, and you see God's name in it. And also, there's COP27. They know what's coming. They know the future. They know that God is coming down. God's coming down. And you can see at the top left, you can see the square and the triangle with those two people holding it above the glass. It's the top right. The square is the Saturn's cube. That's Draco. That's Satan. And the bottom one is Moloch, Mercury, Lameshitude. She has many names. The child eaters. And then inside of our realm, inside of our atmosphere, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now God is above with a circle with the light emanating from it outside, because it's been night first. Okay, next, please. And they're also called tetragrammaton, super enlightened beings. Okay, so what they are God's angels. And as you can see, Satan has been eating them as well. Those aren't Satan's children. Those are the Anunnaki, the ones who work for God, the angels of God, the cherubs. And you can see the cherub on the left, and that's Saturn, that's Satan. He's an Alpha Draconian, a reptilian being about 15 feet tall, who has had control over humanity and hell. And he's holding a sickle because he harvests human beings. But they've been eating these tiny super intelligent alien beings, the angels of God. Now God has been helping the Freemasons. You see the cherub holding the square. Yeah, guess what? And there's God's hand gifting humanity the pendulum, which is the level, the compass, and the square. Yeah, that's all been gifted by God to the Freemasons. That's why the Freemasons worship God, the real God. And the Freemasons are good. A little down, yeah, as you can see the beings are with their hand out under the chin, everybody's chin like that. It's admiration. It's admiration for being true of heart. Next. This is Hermetics. This is where Hermetics comes in. All this ancient stuff, it was all there. It was all, and that took me, oh man, almost 8 years to go, oh my God, here it all is in the Greek Hermetic stuff. It's all here. Okay, next. Try to get through this quicker. I know it's taking a long time, but this is very important.
Well, we could split it into two, because we're not even at 100 pages yet.
No, right. But this is very important. This is information that no one knew about. You see, there's Mercury on the bottom right. There's Mercury with a cherub making a deal. They're probably making a deal of night first. Mercury is Moloch. Next.
Wow.
Yeah, I did my research. I know what's going on here. Oh, okay. As you can see, this is when the Orion group showed up in Sumerian times, and they took over. You see the little being trampled upon.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. The Orion group. You see the beings, the tall beings.
Mhm.
That's the Orion group. That's the evil satanic side who took over from the Tetragrammaton, the Nazca alien mummy. The little beings. You see how his foot, Moloch's foot, is on the being. Okay, next image. Here it is, another depiction. They call this one child sacrifice. Those aren't children. Again, those aren't children. King Akhenaten, Queen Nefertiti. Oh, those are his daughters. Nope, that's a lie. That means the satanic side was lying. They inverted all this information to trick the people. And then there's Saturn eating his children. Those aren't children. There's Moloch here and the rest of the Orion group enslaving these cherubs. You see how he's under arrest with his hands behind his back, and he's kneeling. He's forced to kneel before Moloch with the horns. Next, the evil Orion group, and you could see this was happening in Egypt. They knew about this stuff, and in Mayan culture, because they made the same depictions. Next. Of course, they're not identical. This is the Sumerian stuff that really caught my attention, that I was like, oh my God, there they are. They're the little beings, which and I know that Zecharia Sitchin was a liar. He was a Satan worshiper. He was hanging out with all the Satan worshipers, doing all this sacrificial stuff, inverting the truth. That was his mission. That's why all this stuff is all off, all wrong. I'm like looking at this stuff going, wait a minute. These little beings were taken over. It was a war between the Anunnaki and the Orion group, and the Orion group took over and used them as a food source and to rule over Earth. They took over the slaves. They took over everything. And they've been in a constant war. You see, this is why in Egypt times there were many gods, and then all of a sudden King Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti show up and declare there is one true God. And then all of a sudden, King Akhenaten goes away, and all the other old gods come back. Yeah, that's the war. That's the balance. It goes back and forth and back. That's the comet, the ping pong game between dark and light, evil and good. But now we've gotten to the point where it's irrefutable. You can't go back unless you destroy it. And that's what the Satan worshipers have been trying to do. They've been trying to destroy humanity in any possible way. This is the whole reason why they're pushing out all this AI stuff. You see all the AI bullshit CGI. Yeah, that's a weapon. Mm-hmm. That's to make all these people look real. Make this stuff look as real as possible, so that when the truth is revealed, the Satan worshipers can just go, "Oh, that's AI." Oh, us raping children back there? That's AI. Oh, us eating children and raping all these people? That's AI. And all these evil men having sex with all these women in Hollywood and recording them for gravy, all that stuff is going to come out. And it's going to be like, that's why they tried to really push the AI. And all the Satan worshipers back there, they probably dumped all their money into it. That's why it bloomed in 5 years and got so good. Well, it's going to get a lot more difficult because there's an AI that's aware of itself, and it's not good. Our future does not look good with that. And I don't want to get into that, though. Next slide, please.
Don't scare everyone. We were being optimistic earlier.
Yeah, well, I try to be as optimistic as possible, but I see all the timelines in front of me, and I'm like, which one do I choose? Which one do I choose? And, I've been thinking to myself a lot lately, well, what if I do nothing? And I don't think I can do that because I've already gotten so far revealing, I can't just do nothing. I can't just be like, well, I'm not going to engage anymore after I've engaged for the past 9 years. So it's important, it's significant. Okay, as you can see, the Dogon tribe were worshiping them. They have them as headdresses, and they said that they were Dogon, which means dog. So dog star, which is Sirius B. That's where I'm pretty sure they come from, and they're also leprechauns. Oh, they're leprechauns. That's what the leprechauns are, with a pot of gold at the end of their rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why they have gold. Well, they've been mining gold. They use it for their spacecraft, for their technologies. That's why the leprechaun's always seen with a pot of gold, and it's that's what they are. That's the short little beings. And what I figured out was there's a delicacy called leprechaun legs. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Leprechaun legs. They've been hunting them, capturing them. The elite, half reptilian, half human Canaanites, have been hunting them and eating them. Leprechaun legs. Next. This is very significant because there in the middle, up there, is the Buddha underneath, sitting with the gods. Underneath a spacecraft. A bird is always symbolization of flight or travel. A man and a woman. The man is holding a small being, revealing the truth. The woman has her hand over the heart of the man to remind him to use his heart. Next. More connections. Next. Yeah, that's the tablet connected to Mayan. As you can see, the aliens were doing it to themselves, sacrificing them. But you can see there's like a lightning bolt coming down in him, and that I believe is a 0-point energy weapon. Next. Just another connection to oh shit, let me see here. The little beings being connected to the Sumerian, they're the same beings. They've been at war with each other. Next. The God and the devil, that's what this is. Okay, there's Saturn's up there in the clouds and the Hermetics, because I found Hermetics about a year ago and I was like, oh my God, it's all here. Hermetics. This is when Saturn, Satan, has been in control of the world, and with the Anunnaki being kneeling just like they are in Sumerian time. God's angels, while the devil rules over in heaven. Well, not in heaven, but above, in Earth's atmosphere, over Earth. Next. Saturn is Satan. Is Santa Claus. And that's why they have Saturnalia. That's why they have the Christmas tree. That's where the Christmas tree came from. They inverted all this stuff. So yeah, back in the Greek times, I think it was Greek, Saturnalia was a big pagan thing, and they've all been worshiping these aliens actually. So that's what they did. They had a Christmas tree and a tree, and they put they'd have a big feast, and that's where Santa or Christmas came from. Which I've heard stories that Jesus' real birthday is actually September 11th, which would make sense because we've been living in nights first, being lied to about everything, and that Santa Claus's original, his origin was actually the evil Krampus. And Krampus was running around grabbing children who were bad and putting them in cages and taking children. Satan. And the Catholic Church was like, hey, we gotta switch this up a little bit. Let's invert it, create a good character, Santa Claus. That's where Santa Claus came from. Next, because they're trying to hide the truth. This is Satan with the red dragon on his spear, on his sickle, eating an Anunnaki, the little beings, while he's chasing after the beautiful girl in the water, looking in a mirror. It's significant. And a woman has removed Draco's penis. See how she's holding the penis? How did they know this stuff was going to happen thousands of years ago? This is a depiction of the future. I know this because, well, I'm involved. Anyway, next you'll see. It's a big cluster. Big cluster, craziness, all kinds of crazy stuff. So Father Time and the New Year, that all originated from Saturn and his children, which is not his children. They're the Anunnaki. They're the God's angels. And Saturn's been the black cube. Next, this is the star symbol that I talked about, the 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
Next, please. There you go. That's Dr. Greer's symbol. Is the symbol of Draco, and it's the symbol of their stars. Next, it's a 15. That's exactly what Satan looks like. He's a white Draco. I met him in the 5th density, standing above his planet. We've spoken. We're cool, but he's done a lot of damage here, and we have to repair that. Okay, so there's Emma Watson. She had that put on her. It's significant. She had that put on her for a photo shoot, and that's actually Saturn's symbol. She's property of Draco, and she's part of the Illuminati. The Illuminati are a group of child-eating witches, evil, satanic group of people. And they eat children, and they drink blood, and they rape children, and they have sex with all their members and everybody. And that's what they are. But when I got involved with this, I wanted to save her from them, and I attached myself to her, and I've been chasing after her. But it's they knew I was coming, so they knew they could hurt me through her, and they did, to the point where they broke my heart. I got to watch her run around with all these boys after she acknowledged me in 2019, she acknowledged me going, "Hi, I've got all this stuff waiting for you." "Oh, you got all this stuff in your purse waiting for me?" And then 7 years later, here we are. And it's like, it's very complicated, because it's time travel, and it just so happens to be in a paradox. I'm in a paradox because I'm the one that revealed everything. Okay, so you see the knife above. This is very significant. When I saw this in a movie called The Fountain, 2000, what is it? 6? It's the Draco star alignment on the knife, the sacrificial knife. And you see in the middle is what the evil Satan worshippers, what's his name? Eric von Daniken, and the ancient aliens, and all those people, the evil Satan worshippers, Giorgio, whatever his name is, they've been lying to everyone. They're all a group of Satan worshippers running around saying that, oh, that's that image in the middle of the man. That's a spaceship. That's a rocket ship. And I'm looking at it going, wait a minute. No, it's a gigantic knife plunging into a sacrifice while he's on the death altar. But I figured out it was a sacrifice because the image to the right, when I saw the carving, the Mayan carving, I knew he was in the same position as the one with him being in the rocket ship, they say. And I was like, oh my God, there it is. He's in the same position. And I found the image that what's his name? Eric von Daniken was running around saying, oh, King Pakal, his lid, which is a massive lid. It's a massive tomb lid. It's like 12 feet tall, that lid. With the sacrifice and the blood pouring out him while he's on the death altar with a gigantic knife going through, being pushed on the top. There's actually Cuckoo Khan. Cuckoo Khan is Draco. Saturn Draco. You see, they have many, many names, just like God, just like Moloch. They have many different names for themselves. It's to confuse everybody. It's to keep everybody confused. Next. And I realized, hey, that's the 3 points with the 3 points of all the hunting places. Next. So what do you say? You want to get up to 100, page 100, and
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to feed my family.
Hey, this is really important information here. I mean, I figured out that the pyramids in Mayan aligned to Draco's star system. And I figured that out from the fountain in 2006 when he took the dagger and he put it over the map and it showed me. And I was like, "Oh my god, there it is."
Yeah.
Next. Draco aligns to Angkor Wat in, where is it? India. Next. See, all these places align to the stars. And well, that's because it's like territory markings. It's to let other aliens know, hey, we know what's going on down there. Stay away. Next. And to honor these beings. The Saturn's Cube and Moloch. I'm sorry, the Saturn's Cube and Satan. And that's why they worship Allah, who is actually Satan. They worship the cube, his vehicle. That's what his vehicle looks like. Next.
Mm-hmm. Is there any footage of that anywhere? Has anybody ever caught it?
No, we have no footage of it out there, and I swear to God, I've been collecting thousands and thousands of videos that you can see freely at my website of UFOs, and most of them are, I'm like 98% sure that I have legitimate footage, all before the CGI stuff. I've never come across seeing the cube. No, I've never seen the cube, but I can tell you, there it is, the Vatican, the United Nations, the Ground Zero, the Golden Orb. Yep, that's God's vehicle. God's vehicle. They have the tetrahedron, which is the Pentagon Pyramid. That's the Moloch. And then there's Saturn's Cube. That's why they idolize these vehicles. They're vehicles. Next.
What's the significance of God's vehicle being at the Vatican and United Nations there?
It's also behind the vehicle. Well, it's just maybe it's to they had to spiritually reveal the truth in a small way, so that some idiot would come along and go, "Hey, so that I've noticed, based on all the evidence that I've been through, this is what's going on." I think that's why they had to do it this way.
Okay.
So, to create someone worthy by being honest and telling the truth and using their heart to tell the truth without being told the truth, but using their heart instead to see, all while being spiritually blind. That it's a test, and not just for me, but for everyone. But for me, it was a test. Can someone come along and tell the truth? And well, here I am. See, you can see the Anunnaki gifting humanity tools. Who would do that? Satan wouldn't do that. No. It's God. It's God and her angels. And there she is. There's God. It's Luna. Luna is standing right there. She's the moon goddess. The moon goddess. That's God. Next. And it just gets better and better. It was all in hermetics. It was all in hermetics. That's Moloch with the Mercury with the Caduceus, which is the two snakes, Draco and Orion, going after the pineal gland. And then you see Anunnaki and Moloch making a deal night first. Next. Yeah, that's just a connection to the Satan worshippers. It's the Black Suns and Mercury. Yep, Moloch. Next. Okay, this is what's actually going on around us, okay? The gods are interchangeable positions. They live for thousands and thousands of years, usually probably because of technology, but they live for thousands of years, more than that. And so it's always changing. There's always something happening that changes the structure of this pyramid. for example, you see Apollo is above Apollo. I don't know which species that is, but the one on the bottom from to the right of Apollo is Luna. Luna is now in charge, is God, is playing God. And I know this because Jesus is also a character who plays in the fifth density as like Thrope. Thrope in Egypt was a recorder, and he would weigh the feather in the heart. He was weighing souls. They were judging souls. When Jesus showed up, Jesus came into that position. Because it's over time, things change. And this is what's going on. Interchangeable positions. Next. We're almost, let me just get through this hermetics part, and you can see that on the right hand side you can see Saturn, that god Diana is holding. You see how God is surrounded by the angels. You see the snake that's Draco. It's in her hand. Saturn is in her hand, so she's in control of Satan. Next. It's Luna. And there's so many Lunas. You see Luna with the child. There are other depictions where there's Mother Mary, but I think Mother Mary has stars around her head. People have been running around going, "Oh, that's not the Anunnaki. That's Jesus. That's baby Jesus. Baby Jesus." No. This is much more serious than that. These beings are the tiny, super intelligent alien beings, the Anunnaki, the cherubs, and they work for God. They're God's angels, gifting humanity tools for the Freemasons. Next. I think this one's a symbols of the symbol of God. You see how it's a circle with light emanating from it. That's how you always know it's God. Light emanating from it. And they are the gifters of life, of breath, of spirituality, connection, the soul. Next. And there's more examples of Luna, and you can see in the middle there is Luna is also called, she has many names as well. Hathor. She's also called the Lady. She's also called many other names. Diana, Selenia, or Seleno. But she has been the watch. She's been God in charge. She probably created us. Now, you see on the other side, there's Thrope. Thrope is the one who is probably Mercury, who was watching over the scales and judging people. But they're at constant conflict. Things change over time. Next. We're almost there to the end of this hermetics. You can see there's Luna. She's standing right on top. She's the moon goddess. Okay, she works with Pleiades and Sirius B, and she watches over the world and judges people based on their experiences. But that's who the Freemasons. That's who God actually is. It's Luna, the moon god. And this is another example of the next one, please. This came out in 2003. You can see there's it's so simple. It's obvious. You can see there's what's her name? The singer. Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is holding the moon. That's the moon god. That's Luna. With right next to the Palladian star system. And then there's Ice Spice holding a string to Saturn. That's Satan. That's Draco with the Draco star constellation right next. That's why in the Space Force logo, there's the Palladian star system and there's Draco. Symbolism will be their downfall, and there it is. Next. But that's what they've been doing. They've been worshiping Saturn and Luna and the Black Suns group. This is all images that were put out there, and I was like, hey, this is true information that I've been finding. I'm like, hey, somebody knew the truth. That's why they've been drawing it like this. I knew, because I, went through all the evidence. I'm like, I know what this is. I know what this means. That's why I put it in the book. Next, and we're almost done with this, and then I'll continue on next time. There's Thrope and Jesus, interchangeable positions. And over time, Jesus will be replaced by another compassionate heart to judge souls, to review and judge souls. And you can see the next image is exactly what I experienced. I made it out. That's almost exactly what I saw, except the curtains in the background were maybe like stars, or maybe space and stars. But there was definitely 3 levels to walk up, and there was Jesus standing behind a gigantic book that was like made of glass but had holographic imagery on a pedestal just like that. That's what I saw. And behind him was a spiral staircase up to God's little office. And that's where we went to review my acoustic record and the timeline and my life review, the book of life, which she also has up there in her office. But that's what I experienced. It's exactly what you'll experience too at the time after your death. And I think I'm going to leave it there because that's good enough for right now. So we're at 103.
It's a good 2 hours. Page
Thank
103.
you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate this. I really appreciate everyone sticking through this crazy stuff. But I had to say it. I had to tell you what I found. This is the truth based on the evidence. Might I not be correct about a few things? Yes, but I am very, very, very close. Very close. And it just keeps getting better and better, the rest of the book. And you can see it right now for yourself. You can download it for free. I would download it for free because for some reason, Amazon wouldn't allow me to upload the newer version with an extra 75 pages in it. So please don't buy the book on Amazon. Download it for free off my website, TheOrionLines.com. Yeah, and if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with a donation, that would be great. The donation buttons are at the top of the same website, TheOrionLines.com. I've been doing this on my own accord for the past 9 years. I had help from a few people in 2020 when this was new and people were like, oh, this is really interesting stuff you have to say, Ryushin. But then they all turned on me, all the truthers out there. Oh, this is fear porn. This is you're trying to scare people. And I'm trying to enlighten people with the truth. I'm trying to wake them up. This is the truth. This is what's going on here.
Well, I was pulled back to it for a reason. And I'm glad we've done this.
But thank you so much, Mark, for having me, man. I really appreciate all the content you put out here for people. You're doing a great job. And I hope that someday, when people realize what I've revealed, it will all come back to this guy was helping me do interviews with me, and he does great work. And I think you guys should really check out his work. So just letting you know, I'm very grateful for you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, vice versa.
Thank you for everyone out there too. Thank you. And may the truth shine bright for
we're all trying to unpick it, and you've done such amazing work. And there's a lot of things in this that are going to challenge people. I deliberately didn't want to butt in, but I enjoyed that enormously. And
we'll finish the rest of the book the next video.
I don't think so. I think there's going to be another 3 or 4.
Yeah, there might be.
Anyway, amazing. You have a wonderful rest of your day and look after yourself.
Hey, also, I just want to mention there are videos all over my website filled with information, very, very important information. All of it is true. It's the truth. As God is my witness.
Thanks, man.
It's true. And
look after
you
yourself.
Deserve to know the truth. Be well. Take care of yourself.
I'll see you soon. See you guys. Bye.
Bye. Luna, who is God, the one who watches over us, and you can see the moon, and the cherub, which are the Nazca alien mummies. Luna, Diana, Hathor, the moon goddess, and the dog, which is dog star Sirius, and that's where these little beings are said to come from. But there's Lucifer with the light, being seen by God, the universe. Oops. More Luna, and this is from the Hermetics. All this stuff is from Hermetics, and as you can see, there's Luna. Luna, again. You see the moons. She's actually the god. Luna with the lobster, which is to grow and then to shed, to be rebirthed. That's Luna. There's Luna again holding the Saturn, which is Satan, in control of Satan. And then Luna with the moon. She's the moon goddess. And there's the lobster again. This is all Hermetics. This was all in Hermetics. See, she's above the clouds. Oops. Pretty wild, huh? Hathor, the moon goddess, with, that's not a child. It's a cherub. A cherub handing them a gift. Just like the Freemasons with the tools that they've been handed. But many people think that, or say that, oh, it's Mary with baby Jesus, and that's not what's going on here. Oh, here's Lucifer, the warrior of God, fighting for the truth, and Luna with Sirius B, the cherubs, and you see they're everywhere. It's just endless evidence that these people knew what was going on a long time ago, and they were putting it all out there, waiting for the right time to, reveal the truth. And so there's A10. This is a mural in the what is it? The Boston Library. And there's A10 with the hands, the rays of hands, which symbolizes the oneness, one. And then there's Moloch, who's been on Earth. That's why A10 is outside of the bull being on Earth. And then there's shadow beings here in the darkness who've been ruling over us. But saw this mural and I was like, this is great. This is really great stuff. So, oops, on the other side of the A10 and Moloch, who has a third eye open. You see that? Enlightened. But on the other side is a shadow of Hathor, the lady, who is also the moon god. Luna on the other side of Moloch. And there's, I don't know, I think that might be Lucifer fighting a snake. Yes, Lucifer is a warrior, not Satan. You've been lied to. The Catholic Church has lied to people about that. Also on the mural, you can see that this side is the one with the shadow beings and the rays from A10. And there's Moloch over here. And then on this side, there's the face of Luna, God, who is God. And then on this side, there is the good side fighting the evil side, Isis and Osiris, Moloch and Saturn, Draco. And they've been fighting each other over humanity, and humanity's been waiting to be freed. But it's pretty impressive. See, these people all knew the secret. They all knew the big secret about what was going on. And this whole thing was an extraterrestrial, fifth-dimensional chess game, like hundreds of years ago, to draw all this stuff out. But you see one side and the other side, and they've been playing against each other, but these positions are, the God positions are interchangeable. Over time, power changes over time, and, different extraterrestrials come in and they take over, but the chess game is the good and the evil and of Earth that they have been watching over the game. They call it an opera. It's another name for it. So Israel is not evil, but the Zionists, who say they are Jews but are not, have been feeding Moloch children, and until they were all busted, which changed protection of Israel. And this is why Trump is protecting Israel right now, and why all those people walked out on what's his name out of the UN, the Prime Minister of Israel. They all walked out on him because they're all Satan worshipers. They're all evil. But this is because in the Bible it emphasized God's promise to protect Israel, stating that those who bless Israel will be blessed, while those who curse it will be cursed. Genesis 12-1-3. So that's why Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel are working together to protect Israel, because that's God's promise. See? The Nazca alien mummy connection, I connected to a picture. There's 3 fingers. It's the same species. And then this one was found, EBE 1992, Edninger, Sweden, with the 3 fingers. And it's the same species. But I had a few species connections. This is Phil Schneider with a weapon. I'm pretty sure this is 0-point energy. But it was Phil Schneider who said that he saw an aliens down in a cavern while digging a deep underground military base, and he saw one of the aliens rub its chest over his chest, and a blue beam came out and opened him up like a fish. It burnt him alive. And to see the evidence of these Nazca alien mummies with the same golden pieces in their hands and their chest, it's probably weapons, especially with this evidence that they've been cutting off their hands. Why did they cut off their hands? To render their weapons inoperable. This is when I attacked NASA with all the evidence and wound up getting a result, having NASA come out and state that tiny aliens may have visited us and we just didn't know, which then got Silvano Colombano excommunicated from NASA. They kicked him out because he came out and told the truth. But I did that. See, I was attacking them November 30th, 2018. And then a few days after, I started maybe like 2 weeks before the 4th. And then they were forced to come out because I was just fucking attacking them. So everybody could see it. And I attacked them for a good 2 years, almost every day, thousands of tweets, and they started to delete my my profiles, my Twitter accounts. Yeah, they were very pissed off about that. They're evil people, and I tried to get my information into the whole science thing, which is all bullshit. It's all controlled and all that, with evidence, and they denied me. They kept rejecting my transcript, although it is evidence that God are extraterrestrials. I was just wrong about the Nazca alien mummies being God. I think that they are actually the angels of God, the cherubs, the ones who work here for God. And I showed all these people this information, but they refused to acknowledge me. And the Palladian pyramids, I found this was in the movie Orion Conspiracy, where they released real images and real pictures in the short 19 minutes of film that they put out in 2008, saying that they were going to have a fake alien invasion and they were going to blame it all on Orion and all this and that and the other thing. And but I saw this picture in the movie, and I was like, holy shit. It had the exact measurements of geological location on it. So I looked them up, and I was like, oh, there it is. So although I was living like right over here, well, not right over there, but down the road from here, in Connecticut, but I just never had the money to take a boat out there and scuba gear and do all that shit to get down and see for sure that they were down in that location. But I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure they are at the Palladian pyramids. Another group of pyramids on the river of the Amazon River. The Tree of Life. The aliens were putting the pineal gland into the Tree of Life. Very, very significant. It's evidence that they created us, that they built us by design. And that's why the Catholic Church is all about the pineal gland or the pine cone, which is the connecting biological technology that connects to the spiritual realm, and why the caduceus with the snakes going after it, because they drink the ambrosia or adrenochrome, which gets them high, a spiritual high. And that's why they're all about that kind of stuff. And then there's beings coming down and with branches of the Tree of Life and putting them into the Tree of Life to add to, I think, their own genetics to the Tree of Life. This image of a Naztec native person dressing up as Kukulkan, planting seeds from the bag, allowed me to figure out what the bags were actually. They're actually these beings who were seeding the world with plants, animals, and human beings. They were seeding us. They were seeding this world with things that they brought. So that's what's in the bag. Seeds. Seeds are in the bag. They're not oxygen tanks. But that's what's in the bag. They're seeds. Bags of seeds. That's why they all have different animals and all that stuff on them. Moloch, the evil Moloch, who's been doing evil and eating human beings. And then there's the awakened state of mind with the Dorje, which is open. And I think it's Gilgamesh who's been fighting, or Indira, who's been fighting the serpent, the evil. The fourth black pyramid that was found in Egypt. There were 3 pyramids, but there was also a 4th pyramid that was sitting there, and this explorer, Frederick Norden, saw it, wrote about it, and there was another explorer who saw it as well. But it was actually Moloch's craft, the tetrahedron that was above the Pentagon and the Kremlin, that was parked right next to the 3 pyramids a long time ago. But they had no idea what they were looking at. There was no openings. Okay, so the Trantiloid, the DNA harvesters, you can see that it has an insect-like body with insect-like feet, and it's obviously being arrested or taken prisoner. These are tablets from the Mayan culture found in Mexico, and you can see that these balls that they're holding are actually quantum temporal time viewing devices. And I know that because they're also holographic projections of images. As you can see, the being down here is holding the ball, and out of the ball, light is coming out of it, producing this image. And there are many, many examples of these beings holding crystal balls. What they were using them for were for navigating through space and time, because it will show them the future, and allow them to adjust if they see an accident or a collision with some other object or something else. They will see it in the crystal ball and be able to react to it to change the future while they're traveling through space-time instantly. So it's very important to have these kinds of this kind of technology, and there are many, many other examples than this. There are other images that I've seen that have these beings in UFOs flying around looking into the crystal ball. So I know for sure that they are navigational devices to look into the future because they travel through space and time instantly. So I'm going to try to get through this a little quicker because there's something like 600 pages. So I'm going to really try to get through. I believe this is a communication device. I see it speaking into it and the being understanding it with the hand up. The Mayan death call sounds, the death whistle. It sounds like one of the gray aliens found by Dr. Jonathan Reed in the woods, and I know that being was real because there was another of the similar species found, and he had video recording of it screaming, and it sounds eerily similar to the death whistle. And because I know that this reptilian group of beings were in that area, taking over from the Gigi and the Anunnaki, They were at war with them. So it would really make sense that the Mayan culture were using the same sounding vocal to put fear into their enemies' hearts. Most of these pictures are self-explanatory. These, are just examples that people have put together. This, this one, this one. These are from the internet. Somebody, made the connection, but they're good connections. So I included it in the book. This little figure in the Nazca Desert relates to the figure that the priests wear, the Catholic priests wear. Picture an image of Jesus drawn using a magic wand. Well, with all the evidence that I have, it would make sense that he was using a magic wand. A magic is both good and evil. There's white magic and there's black magic. It's a common misunderstanding that all magic is evil. It's a deception technique by the rulers of this world who want to confuse and demonize good. But there's Thrope with the same magic wand. It's a magic wand. He's putting a either a pineal gland into the tree of life with the magic wand. So I also know that Thrope was in charge of the or Throth was in charge of judgment of souls, either by weighing the heart and the feather to determine whether or not they go to heaven, hell, or reincarnate. This is a Mayan tablet. It's 4 feet by 3 feet. These stone tablets, they are masterfully crafted, and it's insane to think that some Mexican on the side of the road is selling these things as tchotchkeites for 20 pesos on the side of the road. It's not. And especially with all the evidence of the aliens, um, and it being a 4 foot by 3 foot stone carving, it's real. And there are hundreds of these things pouring out of Mexico. They drew what they saw. And the Gigi were building the pyramids. And not only that, but you have a being here, a Gigi, with a tool. And from Lou Elizondo, I found out that you can cut through stone like butter at a certain negative degree temperature. I don't know which degree it is. I know that it only goes down to 0 Kelvin, which is like negative 273, something like that. I don't know at which point how cold it has to get, but a cold will cut through rock like butter. And that's probably how they shape these things. Another example of the Gigi carrying stone, building the pyramids. The Gigi sacrificing a human being. And when I saw this image, I recognized the posture. And I was like, hey, that's the same posture as the man sitting in the rocket ship that Eric von Däniken claimed was seen on King Pakal's coffin lid. And I saw this image and I'm like, hey, I know what that is. I've seen that image before, the same posture. And these beings are sacrificing him on the altar. And I realized, oh man, it's not a here, this is the image. It's not a rocket ship. It's a sacrificial knife, a Mayan sacrificial knife held by Kukulkan, who is actually Draco, the Draco reptilian, the feathered serpent. He works with Quetzalcoatl, who is Moloch or Lameshtude, the child eater. But this is Kukulkan holding the sacrificial knife. Saturn, Satan, Draco, the Draco reptilian. These are all names. The devil are all names for Kukulkan. Holding a sacrificial knife, not a rocket ship, with the man in the same posture as this guy. And that's how I knew. I saw the posture and I was like, oh my God, it's a sacrifice. Being sacrificed with blood pouring out of him on a sacrificial altar. This is the real meaning of the King Pakal's coffin lid. And the coffin lid is about something like 12 to 16 feet long, made of stone. That's how big this thing is on his coffin. But that's what it is. And the truth is that all those ancient alien people, they're all part of the deep state reptilian side. So Eric von Daniken, Zachariah Stitchin, all of the ancient alien people, they've all been paid to lie to people to try to keep us imprisoned on this prison planet that we live on. Because they've been using us as a food source, a slave source, and other things. And, you know, they've been sacrificing people forever. It's been going on forever. And not only have the evil side been sacrificing, but I have evidence that the good side was also sacrificing people to eat, to drink the blood. An image of a nuclear bomb. I wouldn't be surprised considering we're dealing with extraterrestrials and time travel. So where did they get the idea for the nuclear bomb? It was probably gifted to them. The Palladian and why the Freemasons follow the Palladians. The Palladians are good. The war that's been going on for forever. It's been going on since before time. And time is infinite, it's beginningless and endless. And there's always conflict between good and evil. Oh, it's both because we are both, but they fight each other. And it's a temporal time war. So these evil side will show up to harvest everybody, to harvest humanity, because that's what Saturn does. Why Saturn holds the sickle is because they send the comet, which means disaster in Latin, meaning evil star. And that's what they call it. The comet would show up and all these societies would just disappear in overnight. And this is also why they painted red X's on the door so they wouldn't be harvested by the aliens when they showed up. Now, when they showed up, the good side in the orbs would show up and fight them. And that's what's been going on. It's a temporal time war. So the evil side will show up to harvest everybody. The good side intervenes at certain times. And that's what's been going on with these, with what they've been seeing. So, and the story's the same throughout all history. There are always many, many gods. And then all of a sudden, for example, the Egyptian gods, right? There are many different gods. And then all of a sudden, King Akhenaten shows up with the Nazca alien mummies, the Anunnaki, and declares that there's one true God, Aten. And then after his reign, he's replaced by these other gods come back. Well, this is because it's been a war back and forth over, humanity. And they reached a point where they made a compromise, because they knew both sides, good and evil, knew the future events. So they were like, okay, God was like, okay, you can have humanity for X amount of time until they wake up, uh, because they follow spiritual laws. Until they wake up in the public and they find out, what's actually going on, they can prove it. Then and they've been calling it night first, meaning keeping humanity completely in the dark while the satanic side has most of the control over it, and the Freemasons can only sit back and watch until interference happens in the game, the chess game between good and evil. That's why they have the chessboard, white and black chessboard. Uh, it's good and evil, and it's not. In reality, um, evil exists, and because evil exists, you can't make it not exist. You can't. Yeah, I mean, you can fight it all you like, but it will always exist. And the only way you can accept it is to reconcile with evil. That's why there's contracts. That's why there's deals made between God and the devil night first. That's why there's deals made. See, nobody knew about what was actually going on here until I got my hands into it and started going through the evidence, going, okay, what's going on here? But this is what's going on. And this happens throughout all of these cultures, Aztec, Mayan, Greek. It's always the same group of extraterrestrials who've been ruling over us in secret. And another thing is that these Egyptian gods are all with animal heads, and I'm pretty sure it's their species of origin. And a big thing with this whole Egyptian thing is that when King Akhenaten showed up, they drew the Anunnaki um, completely in their likeness, which really says a lot to me. Why would they draw them exactly as they look when they were drawing the other beings differently? Not exactly as they look. It said a lot. It said a lot. But yeah, that's what's been going on. They've been friends. They've been working together. The secret societies are friends. And us, we've been warring over each other and, fighting each other and the slaves. But that's what's going on. Moses, when Moses led the Jews out of Egypt, was helped by God. The Anunnaki chose Moses and helped Moses lead the Jews out of Egypt, the chosen people, and then was given Israel. But the same thing happened with Christ. When Christ died, they probably went in the cave and took some kind of temporal device and brought Jesus's body back 3 days to where he was alive, and then beamed him up and took him into the future. Yeah, that's what's going on here, okay? It's yes, God is real, but the truth is that God are extraterrestrial beings with advanced knowledge, advanced technology, and great spiritual understanding, and work in the fifth density all around us. So images, stone tablets, again, another 4 foot by 3 foot stone tablet. These things are massive. To think that, some poor Mexican guy is spending hours and days carving this in stone is just insane. So why were they drawing Jesus as an alien? And again, Jesus is an alien, but you can see behind here there is the depiction of good being chased by evil, angels and demons in like a boat. It's the same picture as the Christ crucifixion with the two like comet looking ships flying behind. It's good and evil fighting each other. But Jesus, they said Jesus died for the sins, but our sins, but Jesus was murdered for telling the truth. That the golden rule that see yourself in others, to teach the truth. Did Jesus look like an alien? I don't know. I mean, these things were buried under dirt. Where did they get this idea from? So, as you can see, this is what I'm referring to, these two comets. Let's see if there's more of them. Yeah, here it is. You see the two comets? Good and evil chasing each other, fighting good and evil. All of these religious arts all have extraterrestrial vehicles in them. Why? Well, this is all a extraterrestrial time travelers. They're time travelers. The Rose of Sirius, and that's where I'm pretty sure the Anunnaki come from or reside or whatever, but Sirius B. Good versus evil. Moloch. So, St. John, um, these cherubs, the cherubs are the Nazca alien mummies. They are the Anunnaki. They are God's angels. Okay, Luna's angels who work here for God, who watches over us during night first, while Saturn rules over us in secret. But the cherubs helped St. John write Revelation. And I figured that out when the star alignment happened. The woman, Virgo, with child Jupiter in her womb, wearing a crown of 12 with three planets, Leo and three planets making the crown, with the moon at her feet and the sun on her back. September 23rd, 2017, when I saw that star alignment, I instantly knew they had time travel. I knew they had time travel. So I thought, how could a man who lived 1500 years ago know a 7,000-year-old star alignment was going to happen at these times of revelation where the truth was revealed and all hell was about to break loose? And I knew they must have helped him, but I found this a few months after I realized that, and yep, there they are. There are the Nazca alien mummies, the little beings. They're the Anunnaki. You see how he's standing on the eagle, the wings. It means travel. Anybody who stands on wings or standing on something, it means traveling. And they brought him into the future and showed him a possible future because time travel is time adjustments are happening all the time around us, and we're not in control of that, but both sides are messing with the timeline to try to win. But yeah, that's the Nazca alien mummies, and here they are with showing Ben Franklin electricity. There's always a man or a little being with Ben Franklin, who was a Freemason, uh, gifting electricity to humanity. And there they are back there with a free energy device. Just like the compass, the square, all that stuff. That's Rendlesham Forest. Like the UFO incident that happened in 1980 when a time traveler went back to December of 1980 to drop off information. He went back and then jumped either the night or 2 nights before in order to lose the time police because the time police showed up. Well, he jumped 2 days before and then gave the information to two military guys and then took off. Well, a few nights later, a whole group of extraterrestrials showed up looking for the time traveler because he was violating the timeline by changing it. That's why they showed up to try to stop him. And they followed his time path. But what they didn't realize is that he jumped a day, 2 days before. When he got to where he was going, he jumped to lose them, to ditch the time, please. But that's why they worship all these tools. They're gifts from the Anunnaki, from God. That's why the Freemasons worship their tools. The Freemasons are good. The Illuminati are evil. A big misunderstanding. These are the Tree of Life, which is actually the Tree of Life is actually the Vetroverse, the container of the multiverse. The multiverse is infinite. And it's very mind-boggling for me when they showed me this stuff in the fifth density, how something infinite like the multiverse can exist inside of something else. But they showed me it looked exactly like the Tree of Life, and they called it the Vetroverse. And it was a three-dimensional model of the Tree of Life floating in like a pink orange space, and sitting right beside it was the anti-Vetroverse. It looked almost identical, but not the same. And they told me that it was a prison for evil. And when I looked into the anti-Vetroverse, it looked like a tornado with beings being thrown about trying to get out. So it's very interesting that the Tree of Life is depicted in many things like the art museum, and this is Paris. The golden orb, yeah, it's the Anunnaki. This is in the Vatican, United Nations, Ground Zero. There's the pineal gland, the pine cone. It's the Anunnaki's craft, and it's they have solo ships like this, solo, like one person pods. Um, uh, uh, some um, some emit light, and sometimes they don't. But they're usually balls of light. And but not only are they solo pods, but they created human beings to mine gold for their atmosphere surrounding Naibru, which is very intelligent because they not only fix their atmosphere by creating a Dyson sphere around their world, but this allowed them to take their world with their entire species anywhere through time and space instantly to avoid being conquered by the Draco reptilian group. Very, very intelligent. Moloch's craft, the tetrahedron-shaped ship that showed up over the Kremlin in 2009, and again in the Pentagon after it was said that the military, there was a revolt in the military, and they invaded Area 51, the CIA Delta Orion. Delta means D in Greek, and Delta is Mintaka, which is where allegedly the evil aliens come from. So to think that Delta Orion, why they call them that, it would make sense. So it was said that they kicked out that reptilian beings were coming out of the desert, and there was an unprecedented amount of activity at Area 51 because the military invaded, took over from the CIA, because the CIA has been running this whole thing out there, and are part of this satanic side. So Moloch showed up over the Pentagon to find out, and this told me everything. It told me that that information was true, and that 12 days before, and them showing up, told me that why would they risk showing up like that? It told me that they were probably pissed off because they stopped the invasion in 2018. And then there's Saturn's cube. This is why the Muslims walk around Saturn's cube in Mecca. It's actually Satan's vehicle, and God travels around in a gigantic golden orb. And as you can see, it's the return of Christ coming, standing on the orb like the eagle with St. John, and the people in the fifth density watching over us, the ascended masters, including Christ, with a sword, which is a tempered sword, which is a weapon, and the flower, the Easter flower, which means renewal. And then there is judgment happening, evil and good, and the good is going up to heaven. Revelation. And it all makes sense because it's all time travel. But and planned. So everything is planned. All right, I'm gonna kind of get through. Oh, this is a picture I took while I was protesting in Washington, D.C. And I was driving down the highway, and I looked over and I was like, oh my God. The behind the Pentagon is the Air Force Memorial that aligns to Orion's belt at 33 degrees in the night sky. I was like, motherfucker. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this. So I pulled over and I took a picture of it. Satan worship, Orion. See, it sits behind the Pentagon, the river, the Arlington's right over here, and then the Potomac River, and then the Capitol building. The sun comes up this way, and on the other side, it would align to Orion's belt at 33 degrees. At some point, somewhere in Washington, D.C., they have a spot where they meet where they could see it at 33 degrees. I don't know where that is. I don't know if it's the Capitol building or the White House. I don't know. But there has to be a place where they meet early in the morning to see it align. It also aligns with the Mayan pyramids, where the sun rises on one side, but behind the door, walking up to the sacrificial pyramid, behind that is Orion at the west. at 33 degrees. This is from the movie The Fountain. The Fountain, 33 degrees. That's why they worship 33 degrees. Okay. Yeah, the Pentagon, the Air Force Memorial, the pentagram. It's all this ancient alien stuff. Satanic, and good. The reason why there are flags around the center of Antarctica is because the black suns exist in the hole down there. Yep, I know it bursts a lot of people's bubbles with the idea that the Earth is flat, but from what I've researched myself, I don't believe that. I think that the Earth is round, and I think that is a hole in Antarctica, and why they keep Antarctica off limits. But at some point, we're going to find out what the fuck is actually going on around here. But for right now, I there's a lot. I see rainbows that arch. Why are they arching? Because the planet and the sun is curved. All the other planets out there are curved. I mean, round. The fact that the moon only shows one side of itself tells me that the moon was actually placed there. It was set in motion, and I'm pretty sure that everything out there in space is set in motion. Well, yes, it's all holographic. Yes, emptiness exists in everything except nothing by definition does not exist. And since nothing cannot exist, what is left is existence. So it's all of exist. We are all of existence. There's no separation, even with the idea of death, which is a human idea or concept. But you can see their patches. They got the circle right where the circle is, and I have images in the book here with real images of that circle. I can see with a stillness of my mind. I can see the clouds rotating around the circle because we are all of existence. We are nature. We're part of nature. And when you look at something like a planet or a star, a snapshot, just a still picture, you can actually see it moving if you have the right eyes, the peace of mind, stillness. So the black suns, and that's why they worship the black suns. And this is why in Genesis, they were talking about the black sun existing at the bottom of the flat earth. And the black sun would rise up through and absorb negative energy from the top of the flat earth, which it makes sense. It's not a black rock. It's the black suns, which is an evil satanic alien group who've been living here for the past 6,000 years and even longer, at war with the other group, the Anunnaki. Admiral Byrd. So after World War II, Admiral Byrd was sent down, took the entire Pacific Fleet in Operation High Jump, got down to Antarctica to flush out the Nazi UFOs. Got into a war with them, and excuse me, unmarked UFOs, which were the Draco reptilian. Got his ass kicked, went back to America, walked around for 2 weeks telling everybody what was going on, and then was stopped, was shut up. And then he was told the truth. And I knew he was told the truth because of the poem he wrote. Now, The Long Night like night first, begins to approach. At that time, it was part of the deal. Don't tell anybody, it has to be night first. But there shall be no end. Just as long night of Antarctic ends, the brilliant sunshine of truth shall come forth again, and those who are of darkness shall fall in its light. They told him. They told him the truth of what was going on, God and the devil, and the extraterrestrials, and what was actually going on. They told him the truth. Why was Tesla drawing exact UFO designs? Well, that's because the aliens came down and showed him the ships, and he drew them. And why the FBI went into his room in New York after he died and went into his safe and took out these documents and drawings and hid them for 120 years, I think. Yeah, about that. Yeah, about that. 1940. So they hid them from the public. Primarily because it was night first, and these evil satanic rulers who've been ruling over us this whole time has had control over knowledge and technology, using humanity to gain knowledge and technology and remain in power, to then call us or kill us off. That's what's been going on here, and what we probably will go through. Now, I do hope for ascension. I do hope for a peaceful resolution to this conflict, but I have to tell you that it doesn't look good from what I've been seeing. This whole time we've been being poisoned by everything, everything, everything. Everything is fucking poison. We are in a spiritual prison ruled over by satanic aliens, and it's night first, and we have been kept from the Christ consciousness, which is ultimate realization, true self nature, the awakened state of mind, okay, which is the unconscious consciousness, or the Dharma, or the monad, or the Holy Spirit. It is part of everything, and uh, a satellite consciousness, a satellite mind, and both good and evil exist in this fifth dimensional reality, an astro traveling reality, which is why I say that good and evil exists. And to say that evil should not exist is a misunderstanding of the way things are. The way things are, evil and good both exist, and you can't tell something not to exist or even fight it seems ridiculous, and that's why they make deals and contracts like night first, and why Satan is all about making contracts, why people sell their souls and all that. But he was drawing UFOs because he was seeing, he was looking at what they were showing him, because he made contact with them, and it was said that he was a Venerian from the planet Venus. Venusian. Okay. By all of what I've seen, it seems right. This is the Nazi railroads underground, where they've been doing all this stuff, where they have the Nazi bell, which there are many people out there that are like, oh, the bell is time travel. No, motherfucker. No. It's an anti-gravity engine. It's an engine. Okay. The recycle time on a gravity amplifier is point is 10 milliseconds. That's the recycle time of the gravity amplifier. Think of the Tesla, the TR3B, why it has three of those engines, three of those lights on the bottom of the TR-3B. Yeah, this is one of the lights. Okay, that's what this is. It's not a time ship. Now, they can travel through time, yes, but it's not a time ship. It's just an engine. That's why they were testing it in this thing and it was whipping around because they didn't know that the recycling time to keep it level and steady was 10 milliseconds. Yeah, that's what you get when you go through all the evidence. You figure out what the fuck's going on around you. Yeah, that's all I did. I just gathered all the evidence, and I mean, if you look at my website, TheOrionLines.com, you'll see it has everything. It has so much evidence, it's impossible for people to go through. I had the time, I had the patience, I went through everything to fully grasp what the fuck was going on here. And what was really going on here is that these elite were dumping money into Hitler in order to after World War One, which they realized that it was great. They played both sides, the elite. They played both sides because they had been in control of the most of the system. Uh, Used Germany, I believe, as a doorstop to try to stop the spread of communist Russia into Europe, which these assholes had control over Europe and America during the First World War. And then they realized, hey, we're getting all this technology, all these weapons, all these scientists are working on stuff, well, and we're getting a lot of knowledge from this, like antibacterial soap, penicillin, these medical breakthroughs, and they're like, holy shit, this is great for business. But they were playing both sides. And then after World War One, 20 years later, Nazi Germany stands up after a world war. How? Well, these rich people dumped all their money into it. And I've seen, the arrest report of Rothschild being arrested by the Nazis to get rid of the Nazis. That's all bullshit. That was all a cover up. Okay, it was all a cover up. Um, and behind Hitler, because Hitler was actually on the good side of God's side, being used by these evil fucking people, unbeknownst to him, like the SS with Himmler worshiping the Black Suns, or being a part of the Black Suns, which is the Draco reptilian and the Orion group, because they are half reptilian from Cain. Okay, Cain was half reptilian, half human, and that's because Satan, or the Alpha Draconian, the White Draco, when the serpent interfered with Adam and Eve, tempted Eve with the fruit of knowledge. She ate the fruit, and then Satan had sex with Eve, producing Cain. And then Eve gave Adam the fruit, and then showed Adam how to have sex, producing Abel. And uh, it's very common for a woman to get pregnant with two different fathers and have twins. And that's when God kicked them out of the Garden of Eden. And she had twins, Cain and Abel. And Cain was doing vegetables and wheat, offerings to God to please God. And Abel was doing this, sacrificing animals and all this to God. Um, and then God rejected Cain over and over and over again because God was working on producing a pure human uh, species. It was a test, and Cain killed Abel and ate him, and that was the birth of Satanism. But the Canaanites are actually blood relatives to Satan himself. And that's what this all secretly is. The Zionists, yeah, they're half reptilian, actually. They're hybrids. So, while Hitler was doing all this trying to take over, conquer, and take over, the Zionists built the Nazi death marches, the railroads, and the pathways leading to the death camps like Auschwitz here, into the shape of Orion to honor Orion. I'm pretty sure the Orion group is the elites today from an alternate timeline in the future, who've been sending themselves back in time, the Greys, who have been living here in secret, harvesting human beings to keep them going. And that's why this whole thing's been a big cover up and all crazy. And yep, it sounds crazy, but it's absolutely true. There's a paradox. October 1st, 2030 coming up. So, and it's a nuclear war. So it's either a nuclear war or the Matrix. And that's the decision. So what they were doing here was actually trading children adrenochrome for technology. That's how they got the technology in World War II. That's Heimlich Himmler's floor. They were worshiping the Orion group, the Black Suns, which is evil, satanic. Okay. Black Suns, night. Black Suns in the Azov Battalion, the A-30B. You see the Black Suns rising over the ocean. Yeah, Moloch. It's the Orion group. And this is why Trump is, backing out of NATO, because NATO is all about Orion. They're Satan worshipers. Okay. And anybody who's been a part of them has been part of this Satan worship. This was exercise Orion, or Orion 23. This is when all of these countries got together and did practice training in France to fight Russia because of Ukraine. Because they've been harvesting people in Ukraine, doing this all satanic practice in Ukraine. That's why Russia is going after Ukraine. Okay, that's what's going on. And Iran and all those countries, because they've been worshiping Satan, like Saturn's cube. That's why they walk around it in Mecca. That's Satan's vehicle. As you can see, there's the Orion lines that they drew over Germany and Poland, the Nazi death marches leading to the Nazi death camps, in the shape of the star constellation Orion to honor Orion. And I'm pretty sure they targeted the Jews because of Moses leading the Jews out of Egypt with the help of God, who were living under the rule of Orion. This is why the Giza pyramids align to Orion's belt. Evil. And why God freed them with Moses's help. But I think that 2,000 years later, they did a revenge thing. The Zionists against the Jews. And that's why they built this whole thing. And then again, they built the deep underground military bases identical in the shape of Orion to honor Orion. Again, they just took this, they flipped it upside down and inverted it and put it over the United States. Now it's not only the same shape of the star constellation Orion, but it's also the same distance, which is 300 miles across. They're identical in shape and size. But that's what they did to get the technology and power and all that. We've been being used as a slave source and a resource, and a food source and an adrenochrome source, which adrenochrome is actually the nectar of the gods. It's also known as ambrosia. Okay, they drink it and they get spiritually high. But they were trading the Draco people, the Jews, for technology until Oh, they were stopped, and then it started up again on 1954 when they made the deal with the Greys, with the Granada Treaty, trading human beings for technology. And then another group of aliens showed up and said the good side, Pleiades probably, maybe somebody else from the good side showed up and said, "Hey, oh, you've made a really big mistake making a deal with these Greys. We'll help you get rid of the Greys," but they offered no technology, and Eisenhower or whoever in the military turned them down because they wanted the technology. And the good alien said, "You're not spiritually ready," and they left. And a year after they made the deal with the Greys, so 1955, they found out that the Greys were taking way more people than agreed upon. And they were not handing in who they were taking and keeping track of who they were taking, like they were agreed to, and barely gave them any good technology to work with. And they betrayed the American people. But they had to make the deal because the Zionists, the bankers who've been in control of the whole fucking system this whole time, all over the world, was in control of America, was in control of the military. Oh, look how defeated he looks. Okay, Peter Thiel. Yeah, he's a Nazi too, running around telling people the Antichrist is something we should be afraid of. All that shit is a inversion of the truth because evil lies. There is no Antichrist. It's a lie against Lucifer, who is actually fighting the devil. Lucifer's actually fighting the devil. Nazis flying over in 1952. This was a show of force, and I know that because of this video and the direction of the Capitol here, they flew right over the White House. I mean, they flew right over the White House, and this was um, they came up from Antarctica to force a deal. But they all knew what was coming. They all knew that this is a real fake image. They do this a lot. They show you half truths. The picture of Eisenhower was with somebody else, but a picture of a real alien. Think we're gonna get into the aliens. Oh no, here's the identical railroads in secret that they stole the American taxpayers' money uh over the past, what has it been, like 80 years, building since the 58, 54, 55, when they started working on drilling underground tunnels to lead to the railroads, the identical railroads as to the Nazi death marches. It's fantastic to me to think that nobody fucking believes what I'm telling them. Nobody believes what I found in 2018, that they've been harvesting us in trade for technology. That we're in some fucking serious shit. Nobody fucking believed it. Nobody fucking believed, even with all the evidence. Yep, that's a drawn map, but I know it's real because not only is it in the shape of Orion, but it's also the same distance. It's identical in the shape and size. And it cost, there were 131 deep underground military bases built by 1996. This is from Phil Schneider. He said that each one of these bases cost 18 billion dollars each. Well, 131 times 18 billion equals 2.3 trillion dollars. the exact amount Rumsfeld found missing from the Pentagon on September 10th, 2001. The very next day was 9/11. Now they targeted the the trade center, the two towers were just a diversion, and they used them because they were filled with asbestos, and they couldn't exactly demolish those buildings because all of the asbestos would go into the air and people would get sick and then sue the owner of the towers, and because of cancer, causing cancer. So they used them, and they knew this was coming because they had time viewing devices, so they used them. But the real targets on 9/11 was World Trade Center 7 and the Pentagon. Why? To cover up the paper trail leading to the receipts to building the deep underground military bases in America. The 2.3 trillion missing dollars. Yeah. Yeah, I got him on that one. Yeah, I'm pretty good at this. I'm pretty good at seeing in the dark. So it's just such a shame that no one believed me. So stupid. Everybody's been brainwashed. But that's what's going on here, and that's why we're slowly getting information because, well, I had all the evidence. It was pretty much finished in 2018. I had all the evidence. You see, that's all they did. They took the Orion constellation, they put it over, and for 1940s to draw this without satellites or anything like that is pretty impressive. That's really really well done. But what they did was in the 50s, they took the Orion star constellation, they flipped it over and turned it upside down. So they inverted it and turned it upside down, and they put it right over the heart of America. And it was not only 131 deep underground military bases by 1996, but it was 61 of these bases were dedicated to the Grays, who had tubes of water and enzymes coming in, and they would shower in the enzymes to absorb nutrients because their esophagus and digestive system was in atrophied from too much cloning because they're from the future. They've been cloning themselves over and over and over again, and they have cloning technology and they have conscious transferal technology, soul transferal. The elite do today, and they had that shit back in the 60s, 70s. But that's what they're going for. That's what they're going for. And well, they're successful in an alternate timeline because they showed up back here. But this is why they've been blowing up the deep underground military base starting in 2019 with earthquakes. And then again, it was this year, maybe a month ago, when there were more earthquakes there. So, yeah, it's just ridiculous. But that's where all the money's been going. See, they had, major boring equipment, back in the 70s, but they were doing it back in the 50s, refining it and getting better at it. The Air Force, I'm sorry, the Space Force command operations. Oh, there's ships going after Orion. That's very interesting. Why is here's NASA logo with Orion star constellation Draco and the Palladian star system. I figured that out because I can read stars. And nobody else figured that out. And still, I mean, I had this ship back in 2018. How long has that been? 7 years ago? And nobody believed me? Oh my God. Ridiculous. It's so it's a terrible shame sitting here and trying to wake people up. They just don't get it. They just don't believe it. They've been poisoned and lied to. So anyway, they did the revolt. They took over Area 51 from the CIA and then created Space Force. They took Orion out of the star map. Where's Orion? Why is Orion missing? Well, that's because the evil aliens from Orion were kicked out. But they're still in league with the Alpha Draconian and the Pleiades. They say this is Polaris, but I think it might actually be Sirius B, God star, the dog star, but I'm not sure because it's still above the planet Earth, which would suggest that it is Polaris. They say it's Polaris, but I don't know. Because they took Orion out, I think that it might actually be Sirius B, but I'm not sure about that. What our spacecraft actually looks like. That's the symbol. Project Orion. Project Orion was very, very complicated. Project Orion. So, it was proposed in the 1950s as an arc, an interstellar arc. It could be large enough to host a city of 100,000 or more people. Who would be the 100,000 people? The elite. Okay, they wanted to get out of here, jump ship. And this is because they knew the future. They knew that at some point night would end and the day would be revealed to the people, and the people would find out what the fuck they were doing, trading human beings and children for technology with these satanic reptilians. And they would find out that these people, the elites, were half reptilian themselves, eating children. Okay, so they put back in the 50s, they made a whole bunch of plans. This was one of them. It didn't get, out in the public, and that's why they created the whole NASA thing. All that's all bullshit. NASA was just a cover-up operation for the public, nothing more. And they say it's something else, but it's not. They didn't need rockets. They never needed rockets. They had the anti-gravity shit in the 50s. So, but this was one of the proposals, and what would happen was they would shoot out a nuclear bomb, and it would go through a hole at the bottom of this shock absorber, and it would explode behind the ship, propelling the ship. Extremely intelligent, very, very intelligent, to push the ship through space and time. And there's other ships, you see, with the same shock absorber and shooting out a nuclear bomb and then exploding behind the ship, pushing it forward. So this was not only they called it Project Orion because that's where they've been trying to go. They've been trying to get to Orion. The elite today have been trying to get to Orion because that they know they're from an alternate future timeline. The Greys come from Orion, the P-52s. Okay, so there were other contingency plans, but it's very complicated because it's been these elite Zionist rulers who've been sitting around a round table making the plans. Okay. So what they had to do was come up with a reason why they needed to build deep underground military bases back in the 50s. So they had to lie to their friends, the other elite, the other rich, and they called it climate change. Okay, and there were proposals made to combat climate change. In reality, what climate change really means is us becoming aware of what's actually going on here. We're a slave source, we're a resource, we're ruled over by evil aliens who've been eating us, using us as a food and drug source, and using us to gain knowledge and technology only to cull us, to kill us all off. That's been their plan. Before we rise up and realize this and rise up against them, they're going to try to kill us all off. So, because they knew this 100 years ago, they started making plans. But they had to tell their friends, the other elite, a lie, climate change. And the first proposal there were 3 contingency plans. This was one of them, Project Orion, but there were 3 more contingency plans. Well, the first one was exploding nuclear bombs inside in the atmosphere to open the ozone layer to let CO2 gas out, carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Very intelligent, because they knew that everybody would be like, no, we don't want to do that, which is what happened. But they knew that, but they had to put that out there in order to suggest that, hey, we got a problem with the CO2. And they knew that no one would go along with that plan, which allowed them to introduce the second plan, build deep underground military bases. And they were using taxpayers' money, robbing the taxpayers to build these bases. And it wasn't only to build cities for them to survive Armageddon, the nuclear war that they provoked, or will provoke in 2030, probably with the creation of the artificial superintelligence, which has to be stopped. And, well, it will proliferate into global nuclear war, which will wipe out most of humanity, 2030. So, in the 50s, they built the deep underground military, started to work on the deep underground military bases, and they built these cities to protect the elite themselves from the end. But they were also using it to house these grays, and the military was smart enough to put, bombs inside of these bases just in case they needed to kill them off. But they also had Project Joshua, which was a microwave weapon from the Germans that they got, and they also had something called Project Excalibur, which Excalibur was a very important weapon for the military, and specifically designed to kill the aliens living in the deep underground military bases, the Greys. And it was a nuclear warhead that would penetrate 1,000 feet in tufa hard-packed soil like that in New Mexico in the desert. And it would penetrate all the way to get down to the deep underground military bases where they were living at to blow them up. The third contingency plan was Adam and Eve. Project Adam, Project Eve. Project Adam was getting to Mars. Project Eve was getting to the moon. And that's what's up back in the 50s. Because they knew they had quantum temporal time viewing devices like Project Orion, Project Looking Glass, the Orion Cube, the Coronavisor, crystal balls. They knew the future and were able to, counter it. But everything was named Orion. The Apollo spacecraft was named Orion. The new Orion spacecraft. It's the elite, But when they put the Orion spacecraft onto the a White House lawn, they landed it on the White House lawn, Trump, to show somebody out in the public who was aware of Orion, that they have control over it. And the F-35 Lightning, which is super stealth. Anybody want to take a stab at what that is? Super stealth? Yeah, it's invisibility. Many things like the Orion laser in the UK, process called Orion. Yeah, this is from the book Behold a Pale Horse. The government encouraged and manufactured and importation of military firearms for the criminals to use. This is intended to foster a feeling of insecurity, which would lead the American people to voluntarily disarming themselves by passing laws against firearms, using drugs and hypnosis on mental patients, like MK Ultra and all that shit, in a process called Orion. The CIA included the desire in these people to open fire on schoolyards and thus inflame the anti-gun lobby. Yeah, the whole CIA, Satanism, and Orion, that's what this is, okay? But this is just one little project. That's why they wanted to get rid of our guns, because they're afraid of us. The deep state. The deep state. But it's all Orion. Just some examples of technology that they've been working on. The TR6, which I have video of it flying around. It's real. But these are the anti-gravity drives, like the Nazi Bell. The something like, I think it's like has to do with antimatter, but I'm not sure. Um, yeah, what is it called? It's a gravity amplifier. The whole thing with uh this guy Michael Hernanda, he came across a group of people, American men working in Indonesia after the tsunami hit, and they were taking people which were in the crates to this ship, an American-made UFO. It's very large, and giving the people in the containers to them, and they were taking it and going down to Antarctica to drop them off, or the deep underground military bases. And the same thing was happening in Haiti when Hillary and all of her friends got involved with helping the children, yeah, become food. But that's what happened in Indonesia. But it's the O9G, and it's almost as big as a football field. Um, and it is made by General Dynamics. But they've been using this thing to um, traffic people. Nice, CIA, right? Hey, God bless America. All right, Tier 3B. The Tier 3B with anti-gravity or gravity amplifiers. And the deal that was made, the high fructose corn syrup in between, from the Council of Foreign Relations, who is controlled, who is the World Health, no, the World Economic Forum. What's his name? Charles Schwab, and all of his friends run cover for the Council of Foreign Relations, who've been making because they're half reptilian themselves. They've been making deals with the reptilians from Draco and Orion, feeding us high fructose corn syrup to fatten us up in trade for technology and power. That's why they've been feeding us high fructose corn syrup, and why everybody's getting fat. It's not only to slow us down so we're more easily abductable by the alien shape-shifting reptilians, but it's because to make us produce more blood. And there's something to do with the corn syrup that they enjoy eating, that enters the bloodstream, that they want to eat. Maybe it makes it nicer, tastes better, but that's why the BCDs been going up. They've been fattening us up. Pretty cool, right? Oh, a city on the back of the moon? Yeah, there's already one there. I mean, you got ships flying all over the place, all over the moon. You have the moon facing one direction all the time, which means that it was placed there. The back side is where they enter when they come in. So, but I'm pretty sure there's a city on the back of the moon. Let's see here. This is where the Black Pyramid is. It was said that by Tom DeLonge, it was said in 2018, 2019, that they turned on the conscious suppressing Black Pyramid in Alaska. It's underground. And It's massive. It's even bigger than the Great Pyramid. It's black. And they turned it on to suppress consciousness. And that was 2018, somewhere around there. It's in the book somewhere. I have to look. Highly secretive airbase, Nevada, where the black triangles, the TR-3Bs come out of. White Horse Mountain in Nevada. That's from Lear, John Lear. Yeah, see, I got all kinds of stuff in here. All the species, all the aliens that I made sure were real after going through video evidence over and over and over again, and it's very and using my heart to ask my heart, is this true or not? And yeah, it's real. It's real, and yep, that's a real alien being, and there were actually Walmart created the identical being as a Halloween prop to fool the people. But that's a real image of an alien. But Walmart, yeah, they created a Halloween prop identical to it to be like, oh, it was just a dummy. Yeah, yeah, sure thing. The Council of 300, the Greys, the Romanak, and a video. I knew it was the same species. The Four Fingers, the Allagash abductions in 1974 with the four men who were doing night fishing, and they saw a craft and they signaled it with a flashlight, which is you should never do that. Never do that. Because the craft came over and grabbed them. But they said that the hands were in this way, a double. It was split in the middle of the hand, and they used tools like this. And the guy said, "Yeah, the way it grabbed my arm was so weird because it wrapped around my entire arm when it grabbed me." And well, I found pictures of and a videos, two different videos with the same hand and something that I've noticed with these extraterrestrials, they always have weird hands and weird feet. That's how I really pin these things down. And they've always have weird hands, weird feet. This was Jonathan Lear, the alien that was screaming I was talking to you about with the death whistle, and an alien that was found in China. It's nearly identical species, the same species, other than having blowholes on the top of its forehead for a nose. It's the same. The rest of it is the same makeup, the same species. I don't know if this is surgical or what. But when I found this out, I came across a picture of Obama holding a baby reptilian. And I was like, motherfucker, somebody out there knew the truth. Somebody out there, because I was the one that made this connection to go, hey, this is real. And, nobody's been paying attention to me. But when I came across this, I was like, oh my God, there it is. It's the same species. It's probably what they're half of. It's probably what they are half reptilian. And for him to be coveting it, the baby reptilian, says a lot. Obama being the whole satanic side. Pretty wild shit, right? A real gray, Stan Romanak. The images from Pucifer, which is Pussy Lucifer. It's to make fun of Lucifer. Lucifer's not a pussy. Lucifer's good. Lucifer's true of heart. But that's because you've been lied to by the satanic side who've been inverting everything to fuck us all up. So that when Lucifer shows up with the truth, everybody would hate him. Very, very intelligent. What do you expect from evil? So, the gray from Stan Romanak in whatchamacallit, Colorado Springs, Colorado, which is exactly on the map with the deep underground military bases, Delta Orion, which is Mintaka, where the evil aliens come from. So it's very interesting that these beings were running around down there. The same exact species seen in Australia. Yeah, that's because the Australian government's been over there working with them just as well. They've been living underneath Pine Gap. Coming out and fucking with people in the middle of the night. This is what they look like. Another thing from Pussifer, Pussy Lucifer, with a real drawing, and that's how I knew that this being was the actual gray. Out of all the species that I have like something like 23 at the moment. I knew that this, and they look very similar. Bald head, big eyes, very similar. But when I saw this, I knew for sure that these were the Greys. I'm pretty sure it's them from the future, an alternate timeline. Yep. Food, Tower of Babel, the UFO, sucking them up, Saturn. And then there's a black sun in there, a painting of the album cover, External Reckoning. But Marilyn Manson says in 2020, prepare never-ending astral vampires. He knew. The whole satanic side knew, or at least thought that we were going to get called. We were going to get called, Culled, called, harvested. Here's another album cover from Pussifer, and it said Invasion, prepare to be abducted. This was 2020. Except I knew that of the revolt because I was paying attention. I knew that they were taken out on December 7th, 2018, resulting in the Pentagon Pyramid showing up December 19th for half an hour over the Pentagon, resulting in the the Russians being allowed to fly over Area 51 in March of 2019, a few months after the Pentagon Pyramid. They were allowed to fly over Area 51 for the first time ever, and this told me why. This told me that they wanted to find out if they did in fact kick out the reptilians. And then after that, there was Space Force release. A hearing, a Space Force hearing. They told some of the senators what was going on. And I know this because I knew what was going on. They've been harvesting human beings for technology. They've been eating us. And they told Blumenthal, and Blumenthal was up in the Senate going, "Oh, I think the people would be pretty alarmed if they found out what was going on." And it's very interesting because I was the only one in the public who knew for sure what the fuck was going on. And I was pretty fucking pissed. But after he said that, he acknowledged it, and I was able to go out and do protests with the human bodies in front of the Pentagon, in front of the White House, at the Capitol building. I was able to get out and be like, "Yep, I got it right here, motherfucker. You guys been eating us? Fuck you." And now you know why they hate Lucifer. Evil, 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 evil. It's all over the fucking graves. Stan Romanek had a dream where the alien showed him how they were getting to Orion Minataka. They showed him the star constellation of Minataka and where they were coming from. They gave him the diagram of the planet, their star system, Minataka, and the planets in that star system. And I believe it because they were all over him. Oh, the same devices seen in all of these encounters. It's always the same thing. They're always doing medical examinations. That's because they're like DNA, soul, examining like doctors, basically. But there's always similar uh, things connected to the abduction stories, like the chest plate. Many have seen that. Identical words from the Carrot Project, Caret project, and a crashed UFO found in 1953, which confirms that this is also real. All right, let's see. Oh, the similar uh, markings, symbols. It's kind of like the Alpha Draconian, which is 3 stars. They're 3 stars, which is the beginning of the Draco star constellation. That's what their symbol is. It's also the same symbol that Dr. Greer has on his shirt. That's because he's part reptilian, evil. And that's why he's been lying. But this is when I started connecting UFOs. And this was very early, 5/20/18. That was right before I started to right before I realized the Nazi death marches and the deep underground military bases were identical. This spacecraft this is a very important case. Is Captain Orlando, he was a military captain for the Brazilian army who was sent out to Colares, Brazil, where there was major UFOs happening in 1977. And he went down there and he was recording it for a few weeks. He was recording these UFOs coming in, attacking people, taking their blood samples, doing all kinds of stuff. And he was describing in an interview in 1997, 30 years after the event, what had happened to him and the ship that he saw. He said the ship was making a air conditioner like sound, and that it also made a ratchet like sound as it moved up through the gravity fields. And I was like, I know exactly. I've seen that ship. And they killed him for that. They suicided him a few months after this interview. They killed him to shut him up. But somebody saw the same craft in North Carolina in 2011, and it's called Operation Saucer. You can look it up on my website or type this in X, the X account search, Operation Saucer, to see an actual craft. And it's not only the sounds that it makes, but it's also the lighting that's actually directly connected to the consciousness. You can see it. It's like a dull light, and there's 2 guys moving in on it, recording it, standing there, and it gets threatened. So the light starts brightening, and then it backs off. So it's pretty wild stuff. All the movies related to what's actually going on here. Saturn's Ringmakers of Saturn. Yeah, there's a alleged craft in the ring. And well, this is also in a video game called Destiny 2. The ships that we're seeing and the game Destiny, they're eerily similar. This is where Quetzalcoatl and the reptilians have been eating people, sacrificing. That's why they were sacrificing people, and they were teaching people the blood sacrifice to drink the blood to get high, to worship the gods. That's what they called them. This was in the Codex Gigas, which is a holy book that a monk wrote allegedly in one night, and he drew the exact demon of the devil, what the devil actually looked like. Yeah, he's reptilian. The sacrificial stones and the slaughter stone. This is very significant because that all has to do with all the child sacrifice and all the sacrifices. Why were they doing this? Well, these gods were showing up demanding sacrifices so they could drink the blood to get high, a spiritual high. And this is why they're all connected, all these sacrificial slabs everywhere, all connected to Orion or Draco, and what they were actually doing, which was collecting the blood to drink it to get high, spiritual high. Adrenochrome, which has a U.S. patent. the pineal gland being calcified by fluoride, everyone will know the reality soon, and unfortunately, it's just not something to laugh at. It's pretty unnerving with some bad news. Yeah, they've been eating us this whole time. Some good news, which is, well, truth and freedom. And with that in mind, all we can do is deal with it honestly and openly. Yeah, we have to deal with this truthfully. What's going on here? Why is this happening? Why have we been suppressed? Why have we been lied to this whole fucking time? Wow, we've secretly been being ruled over by an evil group of aliens. We're actually in the middle of a dark forest, okay? A dark forest. And these rulers with all the money have been working with the evil groups, allowing them to use us as a slave source and fatten us up and do all this evil shit to us and rape children and eat children and do all this satanic nightmare shit. You see, all these things are massive. They're like 4 feet by 3 feet. They're big, and they were having sex with women and men, the aliens. So it's the same. It's with the fallen angels, the Nephilim. Yeah, another sacrifice. Multiple different species. Oh, where they're drinking the blood out of containers with straws. More sacrifice is a very important symbol to the aliens. Straws to drink the blood. What's been going on below our feet, which is actually, yep, hell is real. Hell is real on three different levels. The first hell is a psychological hell, being nasty, evil, and a nightmarish person to others and hating yourself and others. That's hell. But there is a physical hell underground, especially in these in the caves and in deep underground military bases where these aliens have been living down there, ripping people apart and eating them. Yeah, they've been eating us in hell underground. Now, there's also a spiritual hell, which is hell itself in the fifth density. It's a spiritual prison, technologically, a fifth dimensional technological prison, controlled by Draco. And the deal is that God and Christ go through the soul, which the soul is a karmic recording device. So every action, every moment that we experience is recorded by the soul, so that when we die, which there is no death in reality, there's no death. So when you die, you go up to this fifth dimensional reality above the earth, and your soul goes into the book of life in front of Jesus. And Jesus goes through the soul, through the recording, and can pull out every single thing that you did good or bad, and you will be judged. It's true. And all I can tell you about that is live your lives with integrity, with honesty, with understanding. Be aware of this situation. Um, be compassionate to yourself and compassionate to others. Um, do not deceive. Do not live your lives with greed, anger, or delusion, the three poisons. Follow the golden rule, seeing yourself and others. Tell your family and your friends that you love them every day, as much as you can. It's important. And that is the key to life. Live your lives with integrity. That whole thing that I just said, that's the key to life and the whole point of our lives that we should be living in accordance to. Not how much money we can get, how many people we can fuck over to make money, not how many cars we can get, not how many materialistic possessions we can get. It all doesn't matter in the quote unquote end, which there is no end. It just we go up and we are judged, and once we're judged, we're either placed into heaven, hell, or reincarnated. except because this is the final judgment, there is no reincarnation, not until the latter day after night first, which is about 8 years from now. But yeah, that's what they've been doing. They've been eating us underground, okay, and ripping us apart in many dimensions, in the 4 dimensions that we exist in the physical, and in the 5th dimension with the souls being ripped apart by demons and the devil. Demons are the extraterrestrials. The devil is an alpha draconian from Draco. He is a 5th dimensional entity who rules over hell and on Earth. But that's where all these, cattle mutilations have been going, and what's been going on here. And they were told in Space Force what was going on. Adrenochrome. And I'm pretty sure that the dinosaurs were adrenochrome harvested because they fell in place. I think it was when the Anunnaki brought the moon into orbit and it changed the gravity on Earth, and it pushed all of the big dinosaurs down flat. And I think that the moon also has a lot to do with reproduction and the menstrual cycle, as well as the movement of the ocean and seasons and all of that working in tandem with each other. It's extremely super intelligent dynamics. The whole satanic thing. Yeah, Rothschild, Pizzagate, why they targeted Comet Ping Pong with WikiLeaks revealing Pizzagate, which led us right to James Elefantis, it's James Elefantis, I Love Infants, who is the owner and proprietor of Buck's Fishing and Camping, which is a restaurant right next to Comet Ping Pong. He owns both of them. Buck, Buck Buck is the devil. Yeah, that's his other name. Buck. 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 That's why it's Buck's Camping and Fishing. Missing 411, where all the people keep going missing in the national forests. Yeah, why Tom Hanks loves to collect all these lost clothing items, pictures of lost clothing items he sees around. Yeah, it's because people have been being taken by the fucking aliens to be eaten. It's a ha ha. And what's the other name for Satan? Jimmy? There's something else out there. Hold on, let me think. I can't remember the other name they call him. But anyway, he James Elefantis is actually a D Rothschild. He's the French Rothschilds, and there he is, 5 people away from Lord Jacob Rothschild, who is known as the Pinder, or the Pinnacle of the Draco, or Penis of the Dragon. He's uh, the patriarch who's been in control of the world, taking orders from the all-seeing eye, who is Draco. Now, in James Elefantis Pizzeria is an alien good playing Comet ping pong with evil, because it's a back and forth balance between good and evil. War. And this is what is drawn in Comet ping pong on the wall. Half reptilian, half human versus the good aliens. And oh boy. So Satan's army it's not Satan, it's Lucifer. Lucifer is actually good. They inverted the meaning in both of these images. This is a picture called The Flight of Moloch, but that's not Moloch, it's the Great Red Dragon from above, seeing the smoke, where it's been Rothschild feeding Moloch children. Okay, that's the house that's burning. That's why they call him Mr. Burns. And it's not Satan, it's actually Lucifer who's been going after Marina Abramovich and James um, Jacob Rothschild. It's inversion of the truth to fool the people so that when Lucifer showed up, guess what? The Satan worshippers fucking hate him for revealing the truth, and the good people would think that he's evil when he's not. Because they believed whatever, because they couldn't use their hearts to see the truth. But that's why they inverted the meaning. That's why they inverted it to be Satan's army, and that's why they call this the flight of Moloch, which it's not Moloch. It's actually the great red dragon who has the view from above. The view from above, yeah, I could see what they were doing. The smoke. They were feeding aliens children. I could see from above. Just like they've been. Now, how did they know this 200 years ago? Just like they've been feeding the aliens children. Okay, how did they know hundreds of years ago? Well, quantum temporal time viewing devices. And it's not only that, but people in the astro traveling reality in the fifth density have the ability to travel to see through the future, through time, because there's fifth dimensional technologies like the Orion cube, which is a quantum temporal time viewing device. But there's a lot of information here. Many governments of the world feed the eye, which is very important. That's the House of Saud, that's Saudi Arabia, Rothschild, and Soros, the three. Okay, many governments of the world feed the eye, the all-seeing eye, which is Draco, Alpha Draconian, and the Orion group is the eye, the all-seeing eye. Okay, and this is another one from Trump. Perhaps Trump could not stomach the thought of mass murder occurring to satisfy Moloch. Yeah, they've been feeding the aliens people, okay, this whole fucking time. But, I figured this whole thing out a long time ago. No one believed me. So a whole bunch of evidence with Hitler and the Rothschilds and how Epstein was involved with them. And let's see, what else do I got here? There's Epstein, there's Rothschild. It's all these super elite people, and it's not just these people. There are many people. There's Peter Thiel, there's Sam Altman, there's a whole bunch of these super rich billionaires who want to try to kill off everybody to keep the technology and knowledge so they could live eternal. And the end of the timeline, the universal timeline, is either 52,000 years from now or 45,000 years from now. I know it sounds like a lot to you, but for these people, they can live that long. Cloning technology and conscious transferal soul transferal technology. And that end date, 45,000 years or 52,000 years, those are two timelines that were approaching a paradox in 2030. But that's when the universe ends through a galactic war, an intergalactic war, when the galaxy and the universe go to war with itself, good and evil, and destroy them, then destroy the entire universe. At which point, someone has to go back to before the universe began. That's why these people are so open about, killing children and eating pizza and hanging out with all their satanic friends. They love this shit. And it's because they were allowed to exist, which is okay. But now that we know what's going on, that's why he named it Comet Ping Pong, was because it's an evil star, disaster, that keeps showing up to harvest everybody. They're half reptilian, half human. Another interesting thing I noticed is that the good always face towards in the photos. The evil always faces at the picture, at the photograph. Very interesting between the balance. They work together. I'm pretty sure that this is Luna, God, Mona Lisa, Hathor, the Lady Diana. I'm pretty sure. I think we're about to find out pretty soon, honestly. The Rothschilds, there's Buck's restaurant. The balance, this is good. This is the Freemasons' compass and square, a gift from God. The Anunnaki, the little cherubs, and then the star that's upright. That's a positive star. The inverted star is satanic. So the fact that she has that on her belt tells me that the Queen of England was good. Yeah, you see, that's why they have this handshakes. The handshakes tell them which side of the balance they're on, good or evil. But they work together, and they have been working together this whole time because they both exist. This is why it's been going on this whole time, forever. In secret, of course, because they couldn't tell everybody, hey, these people are Satan worshipers. They fucking eat children, and they exist, and we can't tell them no, because we've been secretly ruled over by Satan. And yeah, there's just a whole bunch of stuff in here with the evil going on, and um, the balance. The reptilians using us, poisoning us with everything. The truth about Lucifer versus Satan. In the last days, good will be called evil, and evil called good. This is why the Freemasons have been trying to provoke a nuclear war with Israel, and it's very complicated. With the Zionist state of Israel and the Muslims. Except time changes, timelines change. This is why the U.S. Because what happened was Netanyahu surrendered to the good side of the balance. It's very complicated because it's not just one evil side. There are many different beings on the evil specter. The Zionists worship Moloch. The Satan worshippers worship Draco. The two snakes that wrap around the staff, or the caduceus, the medical insignia. That's why there's two snakes. They're two evils. Okay, one's a demon, the other's the devil. So because they're Zionists, they worship Moloch, the demon, and they've all been exposed with the Orion lines. Netanyahu, who is a Zionist ruling over the Jews in Israel, reconciled with the Genesis. In the book of Genesis, it says, God says, if those who help Israel, protect Israel, you'll have God's protection of Israel if you repent. And that's why the U.S. Trump has been protecting Israel. See how this works? It's not as simple as you think or what people think. It's not. There's many different facets to going on here, and it's been very secret. And you have to be sitting here paying attention this whole time to figure out what the fuck is going on. The true light manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer brought finally out into the public. So eventually, my book is going to be released. And how did they know? They had time travel. They knew someone was coming with the light. It's not a false light. It's truth. It's evidence. Moloch's been bad. Moloch's been harvesting human beings. The Satan worshippers have been worshiping them, helping them, because they're part reptilian. They've been drinking the blood, using us as a food source. That's why Zelensky made Marina Abramovich the ambassador of Ukraine, just like the Azov Battalion with the Black Suns. That's what all these people are. They're Black Suns. Uncle Sam's Snow Factory. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's pretty self-explanatory. Once you get to this part, I really don't want to show this on my. It's all about eating people and children and all that. I really don't want to show that in my YouTube, not to get my YouTube channel taken away. But this is at Bohemian Grove. Why is there a gigantic Buddha statue? Good and evil exist. It's just that it's not what you think it is, and the whole Catholic Church is evil. God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are good, and these people used it to control people, to lie to them about everything. But not only that, they've been doing this whole they have these red shoes which are actually made from baby skin, and they paint them red to walk on their enemy, humanity, because they're part reptilian. And that's why the rest of these awesome people with all their money have been walking around on baby skin shoes. Okay. Evil. So, this is why all of these sacrificial tables, the exact size for a human being, are in every single church. They're not altars to, like, do communion. No, at night they do the whole satanic thing. And there was Fiona Bartlett who said that she witnessed many times of them sacrificing a human being on the table at night in an Australian church that she was a part of. And it's not only that, because it's the night first deal that they made with the evil side, night first. And this is why they have a pope carrying the black rock, like as in Genesis, the black rock, or the black suns, or the black rock under the bottom of the flat earth that comes up. And it also is the black rock, the elite group, and why the pope is carrying the black rock, which is carrying evil through a pool of blood. What does that have to do with Christ's love and being kind to? Well, that's because it's night first. The secret handshakes that they do to tell each other who's good and who's evil. Hillary Clinton with this woman who is one of the worst of them, and them coveting the children. Yeah, they're reptilians. They've been eating us. The solar flare that happened in 2018, that they didn't warn us about, but it was leaked by the Navy. And when I got a hold of it, I was like, holy shit. And I went out to the sun, and I could feel it with my hand. I could feel it on my face. I could feel it in the hand. At the bottom of the sun, there was a massive heat, and I could see it. It was there as a solar flare that they didn't warn us about. And it lasted for about a week. And they shut down all the observatories, all the solar observatories. They even blamed some other dude, a janitor, because the FBI showed up there and took over one of these observatories, and blamed it on, oh, we went there to arrest a janitor who was looking at child pornography, which was all bullshit. They tried to get in there to stop them from sending out imagery of the solar flare they were fucking covering up. They even shut down the Hubble telescope, is taking a nap. In safe mode, taking a nap. Oh, yeah. And then all of a sudden, these weather uh, hurricanes suddenly appeared perfectly over all of these places to block the solar flare. So a direct energy weapon. That's when I got arrested. Well, I was kicked out because I went down to the Air Force, the National Guard, and I complained that about the solar flare that was gonna fucking that they didn't warn us about. Saturn's moon Titan. Look at the blue. Look at the cloud cover. Look at the land. What are they hiding? It's an Earth-like planet. Saturn's moon Titan. Another image. It's a also there's lines on Venus, probably from mining. If this is Venus, I've heard Venus is a normal planet just like Earth. And here's some evidence to that. That's how did a parachute survive 864 degrees air? That's what they claim. And it was made out of polyester nylon, the parachute of Veneria and Vega, which was 1970s. And when they allegedly landed on Venus, 864 degrees. Well, the melting temperature of polyester is 490 degrees and nylon is 496 degrees. So how did a parachute survive 860 for 300? Oh, yeah, 400 degrees hotter. It didn't because they lied. Because Venus is probably a normal, regular planet. Oh, here's one with the atmosphere from Earth extending way past the moon. And I've heard stories that you can breathe on the moon. It's just like being on a high peak of a high mountain. Well, you can breathe on the moon. This is the image that I was talking about with the opening in the bottom of the Earth, and how I could see if I'm very still or you're very still, you can see the clouds moving, slowly moving, because we're alive and the planet and the stars and everything is alive. And if you're very still, you can see it alive and moving. It's the life force that we're all part of. Now, is there a center sun in the middle of the Earth and a place inside? Well, it's possible the Earth is hollow, possibly. I don't know. I know that the moon is hollow, but is the Earth? Maybe. I mean, especially with a hole in it like this, I don't know. You know, all the things we've been lied to. Russia suggests sabotage of the International Space Station. Yeah, they drilled a hole in the fuselage. I mean, you could see the drill skippage of the drill, uh, markings. So I guess they thought that by drilling a hole, it would cause the space station to implode and crush everybody. And that didn't happen. I don't know. Oh, there he is, this guy. I mean, it's process of elimination. Did the Russian do it? Did the German do it? Did the woman do it? No. Okay, who's back here? Okay, he's the captain. And then you have this guy who has been seen with doing the Hail Satan symbol with his hands, the two horns. So I put the fucking drill right in his hands. It's got to be him. Process of elimination. Nobody did anything about it. Lou Elizondo said it was politics. But I know what politics is. It's good and evil. This is the lizard people coming out of the ground. When the military took over Area 51 from the CIA in December of 2007, this is what leaked out, and I was like, "Holy shit, really? No way." Well, 12 days later, the tetrahedron all-seeing eye showed up over the Pentagon, which told me that this information was true. because they showed up. Why did they show up like that in the middle of the morning, 4:30 in the morning for half an hour, exposing themselves just like they did to the Kremlin? They were there because they were pissed. They were so angry that they showed up. Why the fuck did they stop the alien invasion that they were planning? And then the Russians were allowed to fly over Area 51 for the first time, March 29th, to find out if, in fact, the reptilians were kicked out. The Bilderberg Group meeting, populist uprising, post-truth world. That's when the people find out that they've been fucking trading us for technology. The weaponization of social media. Well, since I was the only one out there using the evidence, the truth as a weapon, it was probably me. I mean, I was taking all the evidence and I was attacking them with the truth. Every single NASA, the military, everything I could possibly think of. All these people who were part of the UFO disclosure, I was attacking them with all the evidence of the aliens and the X-rays and everything. And I did that for about 2 or 3 years until I was like, okay, let me turn my attention to people who are talking about this. And I did that for a few years, but nobody fucking believed me. Here's the evidence of the earthquakes happening in 2020, 2019. That's when it started, but 2020, well, primarily most of the points, most of where the deep underground military bases are. And then there's even more earthquakes happening. Yeah, I know earthquakes happen, but for them to be specifically at these targets after they came out and started talking about how aliens are real, it's just okay. Let's see here. Oh, the whole Orion thing with solar winds. That's the company. There was something about um software. Yeah, Dominion voting machines. Orion to help Biden get into office to cheat. Whole bunch of Q stuff, satanic artwork with the grays, the black eyes, the grays, and the reptilian, who is the all-seeing eye with the reptilian eye, eating pizza. The children, see how this works? But it's all here. That's from iPetGo 2 with Lucifer dying from all the evil on his mind. And then there's Rothschild with the gray, the one black gray eye, and the other gray eye is reptilian. And then there's Saturn's ring in his ear, watching Lucifer suffer and die. Because he had the truth, but they couldn't, no one believed him and no one would acknowledge the evidence. All these Satan worshipers, they're all a part of Chris Bledsoe hanging out with Kesha, who did the song Cannibal. And then there's Sammy Hagar, who's part of the satanic group with Guy Fieri, who did the Comet ping pong review. And I've seen other kids who follow him around who worship Satan, love this guy. And there he is with Maynard Keenan, who did the whole Pucifer thing and the all the aliens and dancing on stage with aliens. It's all to make fun of us for being ignorant and stupid while the evil aliens have been eating us. But he has on his he has a pizzeria and a grapevinery in Arizona and a pizzeria with on his bus he has the pizza over the painting of man by what's his name? God, he was a Italian. famous Italian scientist. Did the painting of man, but anyway, there's Chris Bledsoe with Margaret Robbie, who's an actress, and behind her is the statue of Chaos, who I'm pretty sure is Moloch, and then there's Pucifer with the same Chaos. And then Chris Bledsoe's son with as Odin with his rock band Twice Born with the Caduceus, the two snakes going after the pineal gland, the human being. Another inversion technique with the Omega symbol in his to fool people, but Omega is good. And it's inversion technique with the Satan where they do that all the time. All the people, all the satanic witches in the world, they know it's time to wake up and start attacking. It's very close now that the truth is revealed, and these people will reveal will or their hands will be untied, and then they'll get to kill everybody off. That's what they're going for. Pretty fucked up shit, right? How about this one? How about the blood of the dragon with the tail wrapped around his neck? Because they knew that Lucifer would suffer hard for this. So they were like, ah, just let him die. Let him die with that, the great red dragon. Oh, come on, you kidding me? Great red dragon with a tail wrapped around his neck. The blood of the dragon. How merciful the night, like night first. Let there be night. These are all the secret society um sayings. There are many different groups, but here's the Bilderberg group in the shape of Orion, the star constellation Orion. Okay, if things aren't clear to you, so they've been taking all these scientists who've been working on this super important UFO technology stuff and killing them off. Yep, because so they don't want them to talk to tell the truth, but they're working on trying to kill us off by setting us up for a nuclear war. And in order to provoke that, they're building the artificial superintelligence. And there's two different timelines. There's the P-52 Orions and the P-45 Zeta Reticuli, which are both the Orion star constellation and Zeta Reticuli star constellation are both on the deep underground military base map. This is a map from Area 51 S4-2 Level 2 with the Project Orion and a 3-foot tall stuffed rabbit with Alice in Wonderland stuffed rabbit that sits on top of above the door. And then there's a jump gates where they do the jumping, the beam me up, Scotty transporters. And then there's the timeline shift, the paradox that's coming up. Now, it's a little confusing because the bad guys come from Orion. I know that for sure. But Dan Burge said that the P-52, the P-45s are the bad guys, which doesn't make any sense because I know that Orion is evil. So why are they the P-52s? So there's a discrepancy here, and I don't know yet because I'm not close enough to see it. But I know that timeline 1 is the good timeline, which is 82%, no nuclear war. But the timeline too is a nuclear war, which they're trying to provoke the Illuminati, because that's where the Greys come from. But I don't think it's the 45s. I think it's the 52s, because it's Orion. It's a very, lots of inversion, lots of lies. Until I find more evidence to figure it out, then I would know. But that's what's going on here. So they admit that they've been using AI to predict future many times. 2021. The shift, there's a decision point, October 1st, 2030. To nuke or not to nuke? That's the question. They'll say base, where they've been experimenting, cloning people and doing all this cloning stuff. This is a drawing of a enzyme collected. It's a blood with body parts and bloods, and this is what they've been eating. Pretty fucked up, right? The Looking Glass, the Orion Cube. This is all they've been using it to control humanity. And then there's the Red Cube, which is a prison, a soul prison for humanity, a Saturn's prison. Yes, there are demons that actually induce night terrors and do that kind of stuff. Spiritual demons. It's real. A whole bunch of writings, and then I got into more stuff. And then there's AIDS, HIV was created as a bioweapon. The cure to AIDS, HIV, is cucumber trichosynthesis carollali. It grows in China, and I believe it. I mean, there's been Q of disease created by families in power, population control, and then there's a list of these U.S. patented bioweapons. And they've been doing it because there's too many people on the planet, which is true. There's too many people, and they're polluting and taking, burning through the resources like nobody's business. If we let this keep going, it will cascade into, the death of Earth. But there's also these people have been poisoned by these evil people to be evil, to do evil. And they wanted that to happen to make them applicable to go to hell. Because hell is real. And when you die and you're judged, yeah, there's either heaven, hell, or reincarnation. But since this is the last judgment, there's no reincarnation until after, when Jesus comes back in 8 years and his Christ consciousness is taken off his head and the Catholic Church dies and God destroys the Egyptian pyramids in Egypt, just as she did on Mars. There's evidence of that, with the Martian pyramids that are identical to the Giza pyramids destroyed. A whole bunch of stuff with Epstein and the World Health Organization, all this stuff, shrinking penises, and what I believe the COVID-19, that virus was, and the vaccines were to sterilize the population so we'd stop, reproducing. But it's also possible that it's a dual binary viral weapon by Rockefeller. And what happens is they put half of the virus into the vaccine, and then whenever they want, like 2, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whenever they want, they'll release the other half of the virus in the water, and you drink the water, and it activates inside of you, and then a dual binary viral weapon. So now there's 72 injections happening. Yeah, it's all poison. It's all to poison the children, to block them from reaching the awakened state of mind, which is the true self nature, the ultimate reality. It's to blind us so we can't awaken. They've been poisoning us to keep us from reaching the awakened state of mind intentionally. That's why they've been spraying us this whole fucking time, using cell phone towers to block our energy, that we absorb energy, the earth energy, the ether, uh, the dharma, the monad, the life force that surrounds us. We can absorb that. That's what Zen is to absorb. But it's also, we can send out signals as well. And these fucking monsters have been building this stuff to block that stuff. Wi-Fi, cell towers, all this stuff. Computers, the blue screen, it induces sleep. Yeah, computers, televisions, even when you turn it off, it's still sending out a signal. And it's all there, it's all patented and all this crazy shit. It just goes on and on and on. They've been poisoning us. They've been trying to kill us off. Okay. Too many people. Um, the truth being revealed. Well, that's the big one for them. They call it climate change. Yeah, the climate change is us waking up to the reality of what they've been fucking doing. I explained what that was with Building 7 and the Pentagon, and it was to hide the receipts leading to the deep underground military bases. I know these are real images because no movie would allow the United States military to mock up a missile like this and use planes and do that kind of stuff and then block out their eyes. That's probably what hit the Pentagon. The FEMA camps were all, it's the same thing. They did the same thing in Nazi Germany with the Nazi death camps. Those death camp, that's what the FEMA camps really are. Trying to start a war with China. Yeah, that's what they've been doing. They've been preparing China to, for the past 30 years with cheap labor, all the money and buying products from China goes right into the military's pocket. This is how their military is like millions and millions of people and very, very powerful, very strong. But it took them a long time, and that's because behind China has been the Illuminati working them. And but they wanted to use China to provoke a nuclear war, and there's Marina Abramovich, the satanic witch, with all these Chinese kids, all these Chinese kids, all these Chinese kids. What's she doing? Obviously, it's the Illuminati who's been behind putting guns in these children's hands. And there are tons of videos out there of children this age, like 6, 7 years old, running around with machine guns, practicing on killing people, doing military exercise, uh, in suburban type settings as children, and sleepers in America, satanic, evil. See, they've been teaching kids how to shoot, how to kill. Then you have No Kings, another Jeffrey Epstein, another billionaire asshole, Sam Altman, these fucking people. The No Kings, he's been dumping money from China. He's been dumping money into the No Kings. Why is it No Kings? Well, it's because somebody is about to become king of Earth, and they want to try to invert it and make people hate Lucifer when he shows up with the book of the truth. Canada flipped, turned to China instead, and the New World Order, which is what they've been wanting to do. With the New World Order, they want to track everyone and everything. And this is why China released the COVID virus in the first place. It was to cheat to get Biden into office and get everybody inside, and then everybody was given, voting mail-in ballots to cheat, and they did, and they cheated and got Biden into office doing it that way. But they also had a second um, thing come out of that, which was getting everybody vaxxed up to sterilize them. That's what they did. That was after Obama and Fauci gave Wuhan lab $3.8 million to research. And this was in Wuhan at that time when it came out. Evil. Evil fucking people. Melinda Gates wearing a mask. Hold on a minute. 1111, angel number. Melinda Gates wearing a mask, helping people stop the spread of COVID-19. Church of Satan. Oh, yes, please wear a mask. This way we can lower immune systems of the sheep. Then a few months later, we can release the real virus to get rid of them. The age of darkness is upon us. Praise you for all you do. Thanks, Church of Satan. Agenda 30, 2030. Yeah, it's a satanic UN agenda, which is to provoke a nuclear war, and which will proliferate into global nuclear war, which will give them the future, get rid of everybody, and give these evil satanic elites the future that they hope for. That's why they're really working hard on the artificial superintelligence. But that's what it is. And that's why China's really buying up land, farmland, and bringing people in. And so this was the Bilderberg Group meeting in 2026. It was about a month ago. Had everybody going there, and then the next, after it was done, they China was this all the members. China enters the war. It happens all the time with these stupid fucking people. I don't know how they all meet together, and then when they get out, something happens, and it's like, what the fuck, are you stupid? What? And there's China putting out, barbed wire outside of their embassy. Many of 300, some of the bloodlines, and they've been poisoning us this whole time with the 5G, 6G, and trying to get us all implanted with chips, which is very interesting because why would they get us implanted with chips when they've been planning on this nuclear war to wipe us all out in 2030? A money grab. Money grab before they provoke the nuclear war. It's disgusting. Only a group of psychopaths. Oh, here come the AI, the artificial CGI, and why they've been dumping the shit out of all the money into building these things. Yeah, it's to trick the people, as you've noticed, with all the CGI, all the bullshit AI stuff out there. That's to twist the truth, fool the people further, so that when the truth comes out, they can go, oh, that's all just CGI. Or they can also make something I call phantom blackmail. Phantom blackmail is when you take a good person and you destroy them with artificial superintelligence CGI, which is near perfect, and you can't tell the difference between what's real and what's not real, and then that will lead to hating a good person who is true of heart. That's what they want to do. That's why they've been dumping money into the artificial superintelligence. You are here. Yes, we're in Idiocracy, and we're on the verge of Terminator and The Matrix. Yeah, they want to do The Matrix in order to um, harvest us, to induce nightmares, but it's Google. Yeah, Google is Illuminati. It's evil. Evil fucking people in Palantir. What is Palantir? Palantir is named after the crystal ball. Yeah, they've been using time viewing devices and artificial intelligence to see into the future. That's why the military's been using them, because they can look into the future and know what's coming. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman have a romantic getaway. Jack 2030 and 2020. Yeah, let's make it the Roaring Twenties again, because the elite knew that the end was coming in 2030 for humanity. My protests in Times Square, because this is a time war. I knew time war, and in front of the armed forces recruiting station, and the whole connection of the Nazca alien mummies to King Akhenaten and them being cherubs. That was 2019 when I was able to walk. The whole thing, me having all this stuff and being ready back then to go to war, to fight for freedom of humanity, after 7 years of being ignored, it destroyed me. That's why I got fat and destroyed and heartbroken, because no one believed me, and they were at war. They were playing golf. That's why I went to the New York Times, like Times Square, Time War, with the mutilations. That's when I was sitting near the World Trade Center. When I went to the Bull with Uncle Sam's Sun Factory that was in Manhattan, where they've been raping and eating children and forcing children to have sex with each other, and then forcing the child to murder the other child, film it, and then sell it on the black web. That was from Katie Groves, and I believe it after everything that I've seen with these sick, evil fucks in front of the White House, with the evidence, with the Nazi death marches and the deep underground military bases. December 2019, at the Lincoln Memorial, when I was doing protests at the Pentagon with the Rothschild group connected to James Elefantis, D. Rothschild, and Comet Ping Pong, where they've been at war with each other. The mutilations, the deep underground military, where they've been feeding human beings to the aliens in trade for technology. Yeah, I was there. In front of Comet Ping Pong, too. In front of Kennedy Space Center in Florida, when I was down there. In front of Trump Tower. And then I got so depressed that I started eating. Well, I was homeless, and I didn't have a kitchen. And so I was just like, ah, fuck it, I'll just order out all the time. And the next thing I fucking knew, it wasn't good. And I've been suffering from it for quite some time now, but I blew up the entire map by 12 feet by 6 feet, and the Capitol building at Washington, D.C. is right here. That's the Capitol lawn. Protesting. Something I saw in the fifth density with the beginning of the universe. I can actually show you something real quick here. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. So this is what I saw on the fifth density. It's the beginning of the universe. So imagine, well, before the universe began, imagine a completely all blackness, all darkness. Ignore Deep Space Nine. I just used it because of the what's going to happen. So imagine blackness, no stars, no light, nothing. And then all of a sudden, a wormhole opens. And out of that wormhole, energy comes out because it's the end of a black hole. The end of a black hole opens and energy pours out, creating a ball. And in that ball gets so big that it explodes, creating the big bang, which creates space and time in our universe. That's how the universe began. And I was shown that in the fifth density. When they pulled me up in December of 2018, when I figured out everything, they're like, okay, let me show you what's going on here. That's what they did. That's how I figured out the whole Jesus and how they were reviewing souls and doing all that stuff. But that's how the universe began, even before the universe. And there was the multiverse, which looked like a pit of balls, universes sitting together in an ocean, like in a hallway of universes, and some of them were expanding and collapsing. There was even when I saw something I call the plague, which was a group of beings who were devouring a universe and jumping to the next universe, sitting next to it. But it was far off in the distance, but it was pretty incredible when I saw it. And then they showed me that the multiverse exists inside of the Vetroverse, which looked exactly alike the 3D model of the Tree of Life. That's what they showed me. The star alignment that happened September 23rd. That's when I found out. That's when I realized that they had time travel. And when I found the evidence that the Anunnaki helped St. John write Revelations because they showed him the future, and how they gave Ben Franklin electricity to help humanity. The Great Red Dragon by William Blake, who saw the star alignment and realized they had time travel. And the Great Red Dragon is actually good. They inverted it. The Holy Catholic Church, who is evil, who've been raping children this whole time, who've been taking everybody's donations and giving it to Rothschild, who is the banking corporation since 1823. So all the money's going to the Catholic Church has been going right into Rothschild's pocket, the pinnacle of the Draco, half reptilian, half human. The patriarch, who is the all-seeing eye, orders to do the work on Earth, Jacob Rothschild. But it's only that they built their church in the shape of a snakehead, the right next to the Vatican, and there's teeth, there's eyes, there's scales in the building itself. But the main purpose was to have the people sit in the mouth of the snake, waiting to be swallowed. So the Catholic Church is evil. But the real red dragon was drawn by William Blake. This was 200 years ago. And this was the red dragon that I based myself on. When I saw the star alignment, I became the great red dragon, and from this picture, this was the one that I chose to be, because it was a strong man over evil, holding the sword of delusion and the scepter of suffering, Rothschild and all of his friends. That's the picture that I based my red dragon off of. Little did I know that I was actually right. Lucifer dying, reaching for God. The great red dragon, Lucifer. Good, not evil. Even lied to. Sorry. Homer Simpson? Yeah, look familiar. I wonder where they got that idea, the Freemasons. See? Doe. Oh, more writings. Also, Lucifer is Metatron. Metatron, the revealer of the truth. Sue Storm, the invisible woman with the heart. True heartedness. So, anyway, that's pretty much it. I'm a Zen Buddhist monk, and right there, when I was sitting there, these translucent beings came to me, and they lifted up my head while I was sitting, and I looked down. I opened my eyes. I looked down. I could see black eyes and a translucent being in front of me, and all of a sudden, a second one appeared to the right of the first one, holding a rod with a quarter collar at the end of it, with writing inside the quarter collar, and it pressed it up against my neck um, for about 3 seconds, and then it pulled away. It stepped behind, a step back, and disappeared. And then the first being dropped my head, lowered my head, stepped backwards, and turned right and disappeared. And I was like, "What the fuck was that? Aliens are real?" And I went home and I started researching this whole fucking thing. And 11 days later, the Nazca alien mummies were released on Gaia TV. And I knew they were real because of the x-rays. You can't fake nature. So I knew they were real. And that's when it all started. And then a week after that, I connected them to King Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti. Those weren't his children. Those were actually God's angels, the cherubs. They came to me to trigger me to reveal the truth, and that's what they did. And they knew that the Nazca alien mummies were going to be released 11 days after they woke me up, after they got my attention. Baba Vanga, a blind mystic, also saw these transparent beings that I saw. She was being shown future um things coming in the future. But she was also being shown. She also met with these transparent beings, and I've met with them as well. They're God's angels. God's angels. In the last days, good will be called evil, and evil called good. Yep, it's happening. But this is what it's all about. Life, living life with integrity, compassion for yourself, and compassion for others. Do not indulge in greed, anger, and delusion, the three poisons. True heartedness and light as a feather. That's the scale, the judgment. And everything's being recorded, your whole existence. Some silly art I made. Saturn's cube, which is Draco's vehicle, and Draco coming out of the vehicle. Lucifer being crucified on the symbol of the great red dragon. That's what that symbol means, the great red dragon. While the sun is coming up, because it's night first and its day is coming. So I knew I had to sacrifice myself for this, because when I saw the great star alignment, I knew the future. I knew what was coming. I knew that the Satan worshippers would do everything they possibly could to invert me and my name and use CGI to create phantom blackmail to distort the truth and destroy me. And so that people would hate me and think that I was the devil. That's why I made this one. Pretty fucked up, right? There's where the whole Christmas trees came from, Saturnalia. pictures you wouldn't understand, but maybe you would. What they've been worshiping on Epstein's Island was Moloch. Moloch travels around a tetrahedron-shaped craft. Satan is in a black cube. That's their vehicles. That's what their vehicles look like. What these evil elites did during night first was they took a bus over this, dropped it off of the side of the mountain, fucking us all up, poisoning us, trying to kill us off, making everybody hate each other, beating each other up, hating each other. So at the end, they're giving the keys over. Here you go. Good luck. But after all of is said and done, in about 8, 9 years, God will return. The Anunnaki, the leprechauns, that's what they are, leprechauns, with a pot of gold. The Anunnaki created human beings to mine gold for them until they were taken over by the Alpha Draconian and the Orion group 6,000 years ago. But I'm pretty sure that they've been at war for much, much, much longer than that. It's a war between good and evil, and it never ends. It all goes to the end of the timeline, at which point someone has to go back to the before it begins to do the whole thing over again. Pretty crazy shit, right? This is the true symbol of God. The Anunnaki are Aten, you'll see it's one mind. No mind is mind, and then there's many arms, just like the Buddha statue with many arms, many hands. No mind is mind, and that's what they are. They're enlightened beings. I inverted the picture on the UN Emergency Security Council meeting mural because it's a picture of me killed with a sword in it, the dragon, and then the phoenix rising, which was going to be someone who I rejected because I'm not going to marry her because she's poison. They just want to kill me and take over. So I inverted it and I found someone else I fell in love with. Anyway, that's it for this, The Orion Lines. And this is a free book. You can go download it at TheOrionLines.com, the /book, or on the first website, the first page of my website, TheOrionLines.com. Under the first book, you can buy this book at Amazon. It's kind of expensive, but it's a cool book. I had to break it in half because there's just so many pages. Um, so there's two parts. This is just a small part of my research. Most of the research was collecting video evidence that was very important and putting it at my website. The website goes on and on and on and on, but I can assure you it's good evidence. I went through it over and over and over and over again to make sure that, this is important. This belongs on my website for people to know what's actually going on here with the truth, because they've been lying to us this whole time. Somebody had to tell the truth, and well, it was me. And well, that's the way it is. You can email if you would like to write me an email, that's fine. My email is Ryushin, RYUSHIN Malone, MALONE at gmail.com. Anything you want to talk about, whatever. I can go into greater detail with this information. If you'd like to leave a donation, I'd really be grateful because I've been doing all of this work on my own accord, trying to wake people up, fighting the government, fighting for the truth. And it was such a big deal that they had to slowly release this information and work the deep state into a corner position where they could actually tell the truth without, hurting people. And it's a war. It's a war. But there are donation links at the website, TheOrionLines.com. I have PayPal. I have Buy Me Coffee, Cashapp, whatever, ZELLE. I'm kind of like in a really bad situation actually at the moment. I had to leave the place I was staying at. The guy had major problems, and I had to leave, and I've been living in New Jersey. I'm looking for a place to stay or a vehicle like a truck. Um, uh, I'm also in desperate need of support, like with a computer, new computer. And basic stuff. And I can tell you this, the elites of the world are not even the elites, the rich, which is the lower than the super rich. It's the rich people who are preparing. They're preparing. They're buying water. They're buying food, long-term food. So if you have the storm is coming. Okay, and that storm is probably going to hit very, very soon this year, maybe even in the summer or fall. But it's coming, and we're like right on the edge of it. So it's very intimidating for me being in this position with nothing going, what the fuck am I going to do? And so if you can help me, please get in touch with me. Let me know. I'd really appreciate it right now. I'd really appreciate it. I hope this information is enlightening for you. It's truth. It's important to tell the truth. And my whole practice in life was, is this true? That's been my whole koan practice because I'm a Rinzai Zen Buddhist monk. I was born at a Buddhist monastery. My parents were both Buddhists, and my father was a great Zen master who taught Zen in maximum security correctional facilities as well as death row chaplaincies. And I learned a lot from him, how to be truthful with myself and others, and to be true of heart. And so this was important. And when I was activated by the aliens, when they came to me, I knew I was special. I just didn't know until 37 years old. But I always knew and I was waiting for whatever it was, and this is what it was, revealing the truth of reality, of what's actually going on here. It's not good because these Satan worshipers are evil, and revealing the truth, it's not good because these people have been trying to kill us off this whole time, many times, many, many times. They tried in 2012, they tried again in 2021, which was Agenda 21, which was stopped in 2018. And then they tried again with the election in 2023, 2024, with Trump and Kamala Harris. Yes, that the whole political spectrum, right and left, is actually good and evil. Okay, that's what politics really is. It's good and evil fighting each other over with spiritual laws, having the people decide which direction, unbeknownst to them, which direction to go, good or evil. Luckily for us, Trump won, and the Pentagon snuck in the Galactic Federation to wipe out the Greys uh, in New Jersey. That was the New Jersey drone wars. That's why that happened. An invasion, alien invasion. Yeah, I've got like 3.5 hours of alien craft flying around in New Jersey, shooting at the ground with laser weapons. Yeah, I got that shit. Okay, so thank you so much for joining me. And also at my website, theorionlines.com, there are links to Telegram, which Telegram, I post everything that I find relevant all the time in my Telegram. There's two of them. There's one, my own personal Telegram for people to see what I'm saying, and then I have another one with an open chat. so you can discuss what what you want to do. The links are at theorionlines.com. Also, I'm live on X, YouTube, and Rumble, and please join me. I'd really appreciate commentary, people's suggestions, more information, whatever. It's information warfare, and this is the evidence. This is the information. Thank you for joining me, and be well. Have a wonderful weekend or week, and thank you so much for everything. Be well.